Well, I am live. Welcome to the Condor DM show. Here we are. I said I'd be standing up today, but I got to tell you, the heat is a bit overwhelming. It's not so bad sitting down. I can keep keep a cold drink, right? But it is really hot. I did a workout today. That was really good, but I mean, it was like a lot of heat, like a power workout. So keeping cool, a bit too hot, exceptionally hot today. So here we are. Tonight I'm covering Unearthed Arcana. Ooh, it's going to be good. Now, I looked into something interesting. So they were going on about moral and wargaming and AD&D and how most people, I guess, didn't use the moral system back in the day. And I get some things to say on that, so I'll get into that soon. I did look into the topic. I said I would my last stream. I heard about this whole, I the moral system in D&D and how a lot of people, I guess, didn't use it, and it's the way they're pushing it is to say, look, it's wargaming. See, this is, and I have a response to that will be, for those people, very disappointing but accurate. Very disappointing for the war gamers, but very accurate. They will not like what I have to say about it because it is accurate, but it won't be in their favor. Right? So we'll talk about the moral system very soon and how it was used. And see, there's a portion of the old school that are all AD&D 1E people. So they forget that there's a whole cycle of people that went through the AD&D second edition era. And a lot of those guys missed out on those conversations, the more complicated conversations, and how people actually used things, especially with second edition, right? And they're so ignorant to the conversations that happen after them. They are completely unaware that there's a whole timeline of conversations, opinions, and different people around TSR that had a different experience with things they think justify certain things. So we'll soon talk about the moral system in old school D&D and how it doesn't promote wargaming. Like, it's completely the opposite. Like it's so far away from wargaming that it will be a disappointing but very accurate explanation about reality of the old school, and it's going to be one that's very disappointing to people that like wargaming. Well, it's disappointing because it won't be something they can use to say, hey, see, D&D is wargaming. No, it's not. I've already proven that with the deep dives on OD&D, BECME, AD&D 1E. Like, I so proved it, it's not even so. Like, you can go to the facts. It's not wargaming. The moral system is not a promotion of wargaming. It is not that at all. Right? And it's going to be very weird to find out who didn't use the moral system. I put it this way. You would think when I say people that ran the game raw, right, you would think they'd be using the moral system all the time. But it is exactly those people. There's a few small areas, what I would call the rules as written guys ignored. Didn't apply too well because they weren't skilled at DMing. They would follow the book. But that means when you get to very complicated areas, sometimes they'd be guys that would ignore certain things. And we'll get into that. So the guys that are most famous for not using the moral system is not second edition. And trust me, these AD&D 1E guys don't even know about second edition or how DMs were. They just don't know. They're completely ignorant about it. I'll cure them of their ignorance, I promise you in that. But I'll also very disappointingly point out that the raw guys are the most guilty people of not using the moral system. The most guilty people that didn't use it. It didn't mean some didn't use it, right? But a lot didn't. Put it this way, raw guys would use the exhaustion rules before they would use the moral ones. Oh wow, I'm going to hurt some feelings with this one, but we got to come correct. We got to be accurate and tell the truth, and I'm always willing to play that bad guy role to tell the truth, because the truth helps the hobby. It helps us, and so we don't live in a delusion, get stuck in a conversation for 30 years. It just doesn't produce reality. It produces failure, right? And it constantly produces failure. And it doesn't mean there. And there's a lot of things that we falsely take as evidence of success, but it's not. And then something will come in and creep in and show us that whatever we thought we were successful on is not successful. The OSR is one of the greatest examples. Shadow Dark has to be it. The majority of its purchasers were old school. But that means that when you look at the massive amount of money put towards Shadow Dark, you'd be like, wait, why wasn't that money put towards other OSR clones and games? See, before that comes out, you look at the little bit of money, which seems like a lot to people in the OSR being made, and you'll classify that as a false bit of, like, as evidence of success, but it's false. It's not. It's actually evidence of failure once you get to Shadow Dark and realize, you mean we didn't get all this purchasing? Yeah, so to have missed out on the amount of money you see in Shadow Dark is to say that little and there was no success. It was an extreme failure with the OSR as far as cloning the old school games. Extreme failure. All right, so what you think at first is evidence of success ends up showing you that no, there was a dive off a cliff that people didn't realize, and it had to be shown to them. I remember first Shadow Dark, when it was making all its money, people were like, that's mostly 5e people, because they don't want to believe that the purchasing is mostly coming from old school. Because if it is, then you have to ask yourself right away, you have no choice but to say, why didn't we see that money go towards other OSR clone games of the old school games? If it is there and that's coming from old school purchasers, why didn't we see that there? So that's really important, right? Like, put it this way, a lot of things I say now might annoy a lot of people, but it takes time. Everything takes time. I said this stuff a few years ago, but I keep saying it because at some point you have to accept the truth of what's happening, right? And I'm going to hurt some feelings, but we're going to cover 1E, the additional rules and everything for AD&D 1E, Unearthed Arcana. It's not that I hate AD&D 1E, so that's the point of coverage. Like, I'll be doing covering the manual Plains next month, the Wilderness Survival, the Dungeon Survival books, right? It's because I have no issue with 1E. People will identify something as meaning something. There's a lot of assumptions, right? Yep. Oh yeah. I mean, the whole point of AD&D 1E was to get away from certain things that had to do with Arneson. It was Gary definitely trying to separate the work away from Arneson. People get into arguments with that. I don't totally get. Arneson was an important part of a group of people that helped make the game. You have to look at the whole team as making the game. So I don't think it was ever just Gary. I never make that argument. My only thing is to make Arneson as important as Gary. That's where I disagree with people. It's not that he's not part of the package, but I'm like, well, take Gary out of the thing and nobody knows what D&D is. Nobody will ever know what D&D is. And Arneson, in no way did he help make the game famous, get the game out there. That is Gary's power. Right? Gary's power is to promote the game, push the game, make the game huge. Make it a thing, make a hobby out of it. And to sit there and try to downplay the importance of Gary, because that's what a lot of people do with this argument. I don't deny that Arneson has a play in the creation of it, but I know what people are purposely using it for. Now, Gygax was part of building the game too. Both of them part of building the game. There's a whole team. So Fox, I'll take that's just inaccurate. Won't let you push that. Not here. You can go to an AD&D 1E fucking guy who wants to push something up his ass, and he'll definitely agree with you, but you won't get away with bullshit here, just to be clear. So Gygax definitely did some of the testing. Some of the ideas were pure from him and Arneson and other people. It's not just even those two. People forget there's a lot of other people that talked, had ideas, inspired Arneson when he was doing his stuff, inspired Gary when he was doing part of his testing. So it takes a team. But it's what I don't like is this. When people even out Arneson and Gary for the importance they bring to the entire thing. It's like, look, anybody, there was all kinds of people coming up with games at the time. There's 50 million games that follow it. Making a tabletop role-playing game is really not the hard part. It is, but then it's not. Anybody can make, especially the game they made. Anybody can do that. It's the downplaying of the importance of Gary that I don't like. Because it is trying to even them out as if Dave, it's like, look, put it this way. If you took Gary out of the picture, you'd never get a game. You'd never have a fucking hobby. You wouldn't have part of a hobby. You wouldn't have a little bit of a hobby. You wouldn't have anything. You would have absolutely nothing. And there were many guys that already had Dave Arneson's ideas. So remember, there's novels, books out there, people talking about doing solo play and just playing single characters. That all can be found, talked about in ideas. Arneson likely was one of many people that had the idea, but he becomes part of Gary's team. So that section of solo focus is important, but is it all the rules and only purely just his? No. There's elements all mixed in from what the player suggested. Arneson, remember, other people are already thinking like Arneson. He's not solo on this. He's not unique to it. It's many other people that just are not going to be part of making D&D. But the conversation's already out there. Already out there. I won't accuse Arneson of copying people, right? But is there already people before Arneson already talking about solo play with solo characters? Yep. Already part of the whole package of conversations. I won't accuse Art because he's passed away. I'm not going to sit here and shit on one of our legends. He's definitely somebody who deserves the respect, just like many other people. So I don't downplay Arneson as being an important part of making D&D. Definitely. What I get mad at is when people then try to downplay Gary with it. It's not just a company. He has way more part designer. And then, you got to think he's like 30% of the game is really him. Okay, so that's an important part. That's a massively important part because that's his share. Right? Now, you would say the other people helping game test and ideas already out there, probably another 30%. So you give 40% over to Dave and say, okay, fair enough, Dave. You've done a little bit more. We're going to give you a little bit more lean in here. Fair enough. That's what I'll give to Dave. The second you say all that to downplay Gary Gygax, I'm like, the importance he has. I'm like, without him, there is no Dungeons and Dragons. Without him, there is no market. Without Gary, there is no hobby. And on that side of it, Dave has nothing to do with it. And I mean, 0%. And I'm not insulting Dave. I'm giving his kudos for helping make the game. And I'm even giving him, out of all the people that participated, more of a bump in percentage of importance. 40 to the 30 the other people brought, and to the 30 Gary brought along. That's pretty good. That really does give him his respect. I'm putting him above everyone. Not majorly. I won't give him 70%. Nope. He's not that much above everyone. But I'll give him 40. I'll put him above everyone. That's respect. But to then get delusional and downplay Gary or try to even them out as important, Dave is not as important to D&D as Gary Gygax. Period. End of story. Gary Gygax is 130% into the game design and then 100% in making a hobby, making it a game that's a real thing, getting it out there, like turning it into something, and then making a company on top of that. Not just a company. Gary made a fucking hobby. Gary just didn't make the company. He made our community. He made our hobby. Let's not downplay that either. Let's not just say he made a company. He did a lot more than a fucking company. And his image and who he is has been used to build up this hobby forever. Like, so he made a hobby, not Dave. He made a, so we forget to add the hobby part on. Like, he made a place where there's a community and people and other games can be made because of him. Not just a company. To simplify that down to a company is pure ignorance and doesn't understand what he brought to this. He made a hobby. Dave didn't make a hobby. He made a company. Dave didn't make a company. He did 30% of the design. You have to go to his game testing with the wargaming stuff and everything else. He did his work. To say there was, oh, Dave made the game and he made the company, that's to say the 30% of stuff that is actually in D&D from his work didn't even happen. No, he did his 30%. Let's not play delusion. Right? He did his fucking work. Don't sit there and turn that to 0 when he's done 30%, because 30% of his ideas were in the fucking game. You can't take that away. And then look at all the real dungeon crawling he did with Greyhawk and everything else. The amount of work he did in design is fucking intense. So I'm giving him his 30. I give Dave, for coming up with certain ideas, the 40 to give him his respect and say, yeah, there is a vital importance to Dave. But to sit there and say Dave has anything to do with the company or anything to do with the hobby. See, again, Gary just didn't make a company. He made an entire hobby. Very important. One sec. So I get really pushy on that stuff. Yep, go ahead, Philo, catch up. Stuff like that, which to me is like, it's like, let's just be honest instead of trying to be nerds winning an argument. That happens a lot in this hobby. A lot of nerds just want to be right. Yeah, it shouldn't be too outdated. I've only talked about one thing so far. You should be safe. So it's like, what I do is I find a middle of honesty, which is acknowledge the truth of Dave's importance to the game. I don't deny that, so that nobody can accuse me of doing that. I don't even downplay his importance. I think I give him his justified respect. But I also just realized the overwhelming amount Gary did. Like, just overwhelming amount. Which is, if you count not just the company, but the hobby, and then his 30%, sorry, he outpaces and outscores Dave Arneson. You can't put them even. It's not a 50-50 once you get to that stage. Like, you are lying to yourself if you make that argument. Absolute lie. Absolute deceit. Dave didn't make a hobby, didn't make a company. And so when we say company, we just forget to add that little detail of he made an entire hobby. For decades, his image has been used. Not Dave Arneson's. Almost nowhere. Still to this day. Go to somebody in the new school. Hey, what about Dave Arneson? Who? What about Gary Gygax? Yeah, I know who he is. That's how famous and that's how much his image has been used. So when you say the importance of Gary compared to Dave, the importance of Gary is you don't even have a hobby or anything without him. He has sold more, done more work overall into the hobby than Dave. And so his importance to the hobby, his importance even to D&D is bigger in scope, bigger in importance in general fact. So it's when people try to play even ball with those two, I'm just like, Well, I won't sit here and lie to win an argument. That's not my point. I would never lie, but to sit there and try to play even ball like him and Gary are 50-50, like that's just an absolute fucking lie. That's deceit and a fucking lie. Right? So let's just not sit there and play that game. The importance of Gary is fucking 80 to 90%. The importance of fucking Dave, I'll give him his 10%. Everyone else is maybe, so say Gary's 80, Dave is 10, everybody else might get like a 0.5% each. So Dave is definitely getting more points. But let's just be real. Gary is the fucking face of D&D and the face of the fucking hobby. And he'll go down as that person. Right? He'll go down as the person that made the hobby. He'll go down as the guy related to D&D. That's it. And he should. That's how important he is to the thing. So I always tell nerds, don't sit there and try to win an argument. Go honest. Right? Stop trying to win arguments. Right? It's a lot of nerds in our hobby would rather win an argument than talk truth. And so we end up painting false pictures, and I think that's bullshit. Now let's get to the moral things. So I heard this argument about the moral system barely being used and how important the moral system is to the game, and that supports the wargaming roots of D&D. Well, let me just fucking shatter this fucking shit right here. First off, you would think the majority of people that are going to use the moral system would be the raw people, right? But you still got to give Davis props, Fox. I'm not like, I don't want to sit here and deny his importance. See, that's the part where you notice how I can do that, even while understanding of the truth about Gary. That's the important center ground we have to find. You should not have to spit on Dave and his effort and his importance to the thing. At the same time, you don't spit on Gary. There is an honest middle ground here. And the middle ground is to be fair to Dave, but not be unfair to Gary. Or you got to find the ground where it stands. And I think what I say is absolutely true and stands up. Like this stands up. The importance of Gary is major. It is a major factor above Dave. But it doesn't mean Dave didn't have his importance into the whole thing, right? So it's find that middle ground instead of playing on simpleton shit. Just to be honest, that's my take when I hear people argue with Dave and Gary. I'm just like, it's unfair to both. It's unfair to both. We should always try to be honest. And if we're being honest, both definitely get some credit. One should get more credit than the other, that being Gary. But it doesn't mean you give no credit to Dave. But it doesn't mean you have to take away credit from Gary to prop Dave up. That's unnecessary. Anyway. Now to the moral system. Go back to AD&D 1E Raw. The Raw and tournament time. Because remember, OD&D is not rules as written. Some people do it. A lot of people start making changes right away. Those changes lead to things like Beckme. It's not just the fucking team at TSR doing it. It's people in real life trying whatever they want. Doing whatever they want with the game. Okay, so OD&D, you do whatever you want. Fair enough. All kinds of people are doing whatever they want. Some people learn it raw and then just do whatever they want. But there's no, you got to do it raw. So that's OD&D. You go to Beckme, still not raw, but there's definitely learn it raw, do whatever you want, AD&D 1E is going to come out with the first official attempt at pushing sort of rules as written view of the game. And they don't do it for the home game. See, if you understand AD&D 1E, when you read it, you're as free to do what you want with the home game as you were with OD&D and Beckme. Make changes, add whatever you want. You're really buying it. That's on you. Where does rules as written get pushed initially with AD&D 1E? For tournament. So they have their tournament style, and for that to be consistent, they go to raw with that. Not your home game, but for the tournament play. And there is a separation. Now, where you find it get confused is they're not very clear in their dialogue. Like Gary says something that raw would contradict. So if rules is written is the way you play the game, that means the book is king. The book overrules the DM, right? You can't say the DM is king if rules is written is the official way we play it normally. So to play it normally at home, you don't got to do raw. Because raw, and where does Gary say this in the Dungeon Master Guide? He says at one point, the Dungeon Master is king. You cannot be king if the book is king. And rules is written means the book is king. So we got the rules is written. Now, a lot of guys took the rules as written tournament style to their home game. Now, these were guys, I would classify a lot of them as not really being good at the whole thing as a DM. But if you run it by the book, you don't really got to be that good. Right? You just let the book do most of the work for you. Right? But they're doing raw. Now, I'm not talking about the raw tournament stuff. If you go to tournament, they would probably, in the tournament games, be applying things like moral. But when you get to the raw home approach, which is unnecessary because AD&D 1E isn't even pushing for this, but a lot of guys are taking this raw tournament style to their home game as they're getting confused. They think the raw tournament thing is what you do at the home game. No, it's not, but a lot of people confuse this because the language in the books can be very vague and all over the place. So what happens when you get to the raw at home guys? Now, this is not the guys that are avoiding raw. These are the guys going to their home game, focusing on rules as written. Now, as much as I say rules as written, they do drop some minor things. And one thing you'll notice with a rules as written DM back in the day, AD&D 1E, is that a vast majority of them never used the moral system. They would just run the monsters till they were dead. Like they just run the fight out. That was it. So that's where you start running into DMs with the moral, not running the moral system that often. Not meaning all raw guys did this, but all the raw, most of the people that were doing it, not running it, were what you call at-home DMs that were running AD&D 1E in the sort of tournament style raw, but they skipped over a complex thing like moral. That's complex thinking. A lot of raw guys are very simple in their approach, right? They use very simple rules, but sometimes they miss out on certain things. Or you'd notice they might skip over certain complicated things on purpose, almost on purpose, and say, yeah, I don't run with the moral system, or sometimes not even, like, just forget to even bother applying it. Now, the moral system is said to be, by the pro OSR and many of these pro OSR people that call AD&D 1E wargaming, which I proved with a deep dive, it's not. Gary started with roots in OD&D of wargaming, but they can never apply chainmail combat the way it was miniatures. That had to be optional. And they actually start with the focus on role-playing, social interaction, and character and everything. And they move away from it by the time you get to Beckme. And by the time you get to AD&D 1, they have moved incredibly far away from wargaming. They are something very different. Now, in the fact deep dive that I did, I prove it. Right? I proved it so much that a bunch of guys that were OSR guys on X especially had to start actually acknowledging that it wasn't wargaming, that it moved away from wargaming. After 2 years of saying it was wargaming, I did that deep dive and had a shitload of guys that just changed their fucking language on purpose because they could not deny what I said. It was moving away from wargaming. The moral system comes from wargaming, chainmail. Now, the war gamers might say, well, look, the moral system, you could use that, and that promotes wargaming. Well, why would the moral system still be in the game? It's not because of wargaming. It's because anything that could be applied, say, from wargaming that would actually lean in to the stuff leaning away from wargaming was kept. So complexity of the monster having a personality, being scared, maybe running off, and that being good as basic gameplay for a dungeon. It's good that you don't have to finish a fight. They might run away before the fight is over. That concept is not so much promoting wargaming. It's okay for the gaming overall, and it actually doesn't take away from this move away from it. So it actually leans more into it, but it doesn't take away from it. So were there elements that you could still say lingered on from wargaming that if they did not contradict the move away from wargaming, they remained? It wasn't a promotion of wargaming. Like, this element was not a promotion of wargaming being good for AD&D. Nothing against wargaming. I'm just saying, was it a promotion to even say AD&D 1E was wargaming? No, it wasn't. Totally moved away. This is TSR staff admitted this. Gary talked about it openly. They moved away from wargaming. It was separate. Social interaction, character development, stuff like this. Narrative stuff was already in there. You can see it in the modules and everything. They moved so far away from wargaming that it's obvious. And as soon as I did that deep dive on AD&D 1E, again, I had a shitload of Bro OSR guys that went on for 2 years saying, AD&D 1E is wargaming. I did the deep dive, and a shitload of them changed their language from, man, I'm really mad that they moved away from wargaming. They don't acknowledge my deep dive, even though I know they see it. That's why they changed their language. They went from, it is wargaming to, I'm mad. And then it even turned into this recently. They're saying, we're taking AD&D back to wargaming. Well, dude, for 2 years you said it was, so why would you have to take it back if it was? Means you're full of shit and you just haven't acknowledged why you had to change your language. If what you said for 2 years was accurate, Pro OSR guys, about it being wargaming, why at one point do you say it moved away? Like, at no point do they acknowledge why they changed the language. AD&D battle system. Oh, combat system. As long as it doesn't contradict the move away, things stayed. But what did they do? They simplified that. See, here's Fox where I'm going to bust their heads in. A lot of these guys have no idea what happened after second edition came out. See, I'm a second edition DM. So almost all AD&D 1E DMs that did not stick to Raw, the vast majority of them used what you would call the moral system. But they ran more complex games. Nothing like wargaming at all. When you get the second edition away from Raw and Tournament, and second edition was anti-Raw. Anti-rules is written. Very anti, and our players knew it. Our players never expected, like, there was rule lawyers in OD&D and BECME box, right? But what were those rule lawyers known to be? Cool people that people like. So why was there a type of rule lawyer that was considered an asshole at one point? Like, there's various different rule lawyers, but where does the asshole one come from? And OD&D and BECME, the rule lawyer is just someone who understands the rules well enough to give the DM the heads up, but the DM has authority. So the DM says, well, I'm running it that way because I perceive it that way, or just says whatever, I'm running it the way I want. After the rule lawyer points out a rule to them, it's not even a rule lawyer, it's just someone assisting. They'd be like, okay, right away. And they say, why were the guys in OD&D and BECME that knew the rules? Cool, because DM has authority. So where does the famous asshole rule lawyer come from? He's the raw guy. The book is king. So if the DM doesn't do what the book is saying and a rule lawyer points it out, rule lawyer starts arguing with the DM. The famous asshole rule lawyer is the raw tournament style, taking the raw style to home, and then running into that rule lawyer who thinks he has the authority from the book to tell the DM how it is. That's where the famous asshole rule lawyer comes from. When you get to second edition, we moved away from the raw and tournament style again, and our guys that knew the rules never argued with our DMs. We went back to what OD&D and BECME had. Right away. And we dropped the battle system from AD&D. That was used all the time, which, I mean, you could use that or THACO. You could use the THACO. They simplified it down to THACO. I think second edition's change over to simplified THACO was better. And if you actually play second edition, because remember, second edition is just AD&D with changes, simplified to make things easier. And that way, everybody I know who's actually played second edition just says, okay, yeah, the THACO system is more simple, easier. It's easier than bothering to use the battle system. Yeah, it is. And it's not just better, it works pretty consistently fast. You don't got to stop and check all the time. That's it. It's a lot easier. And it's the same argument they use for the D20, but at that point, the D20 doesn't actually improve. It's the same speed as THACO. So, I mean, it's a speed factor. THACO purely as second edition does it. It's slightly faster. So slightly faster becomes considered better, especially in a game where combat pace and speed of combat is very important. So how you apply. Do I have a problem with the battle system? Not really, but I know a lot of guys that just actually switched over to the FACO system for second edition for their 1E games. I'm just saying. But an unimportant point, Fox. A very fucking unimportant point to what I'm saying. So let's move that aside. Let's not soft pedal things, because I'm not one of these guys in the tabletop role playing game hobby that dismisses a great fucking point for meaningless nonsense and then gets stuck into the same conversation for 30 years, not progressing the conversation at all. Let's get back to the accuracy and the main fucking point here, and over drill and overkill with it. I want to drill it down people's throats so they can't get away from it. And people are not going to like me for doing that. But that's by not doing it, they'll get stuck into a conversation for 30 years and not progress. And that's why groups like WotC comes by, takes your shit from you, and does whatever you want and reshapes the entire hobby, because people got stuck into a conversation, never progressed anything, never went anywhere. So it's like, look, dude, how many other people do we need to come by, take our shit from us and do whatever and make us look like ass clowns? Right? We've already had it happen with WotC. No, we stuck the same conversation for 20 years, never progressed. WotC comes by, you haven't progressed anything? Here, let me take it from you, and we'll go to the extreme. Now, could we have progressed and moved TSR towards a different situation, a more gradual evolution? We could have. Did the customers try to control TSR so much that they could not gradually evolve the game or anything? Yes, they did. And that includes some of the staff members there too. So I don't like sitting here having meaningless fucking conversations where I'm making a fucking powerful point and we mention something that's fucking meaningless that just overshadows the fucking point. So let's make sure we don't overshadow great points. Great points and drilling them is how we progress the conversation, not getting stuck in nerdy uselessness, right? So I don't like doing that. Let's focus on the moral system. AD&D 1E raw. Most guys were not using the moral system. In second edition, we overkill used the moral system. Most of us didn't use it exactly by the book, but just about every DM I knew that did 2E ran moral system. The DMs would just start judging on their own when monsters would run away. Like basically they went back to the old school idea of, don't always check the book. The pace of the game is important, the flow. So if you're in the middle of flow, you're not sure what the moral do these guys have? Doesn't matter. If your common sense is, yeah, the goblins will probably run away now. They run away. They've been outnumbered. Their asses kicked. Their leader's been taken down. If you judge in your common sense they would go, you keep flow going. You don't bother checking. They move away. Second edition, it was common. AD&D 1E DMs that did not stick to raw tournament style did almost the exact same thing. The guilty parties for not using the moral system the most was the guys who misinterpreted the raw tournament style as something you do at home. They took it to their home game, and then ironically, where there's a tiny bit of complexity, they flop. Like they're mostly doing it by the book, but these are guys that aren't that creative. The book tells them what to do. Right? You think that would be enough to get them to do this. But when you're not creative, if you go to a rule that is a little bit too complex for them, where they have to like judge when they're going to apply it or how many people, that's it. They end up not running the moral system that much. So these guys end up being guilty of a lot of negative things in the hobby. And again, the moral system does not support wargaming. And remember, Gary says it moved away from wargaming. TSR staff says it moved away from wargaming. When I did my fact-based thing, I made pro OSR guys that were religious about this have to back off, because they acknowledge just how powerfully that D&D moved away from it. It moved away. It moved into social interaction, character development, some narrative stuff. You could see it through the modules. You could see it through gameplay. It was quite obvious. Did they keep elements from wargaming that would still support what they were doing? Of course. The moral system wouldn't get in the way of what they're doing, but they're not keeping it because, it's still wargaming. They're keeping it because it lends itself to what they're doing. It doesn't take away. It doesn't contradict. Right? And that's where you get away from the wargaming. And it makes sense. They want to be their own thing. And why not? It's not wargaming. Wargaming is wargaming. Like I say to wargamers, like, dude, you got wargaming. Like, Go play chainmail. Why is this a personal thing? And also, Fox, why did all the wargaming game designers all sit there and hate? Like, why did so few wargamers cross over to D&D? Why did the vast majority, almost 90+% of wargamers, call D&D a fairy game and weak? And then why did game designers start making games to criticize D&D? Travelers made by a wargamer who hates D&D and says it has nothing to do with wargaming. Wargamers like pure simulation. They start getting away from D&D because they think D&D is nothing like wargaming. They even say this. Over 90% of wargamers would not cross over and play D&D because they said it's not wargaming. And what was another thing wargamers didn't like about D&D? They thought that it wasn't wargaming, but it was a hobby trying to replace their hobby. Like, it's like, you're trying to take our people, you're trying to replace us. That's what, like, the vast majority of wargamers felt attacked by D&D, by people doing D&D. And then one thing D&D did not make mandatory was miniatures. Why is there not a single TSR edition with miniatures as mandatory? Well, first, miniatures they cost too much money. So right away, Gary understands that if you make people need miniatures at the time when they were metal, you would keep a lot of people out of the hobby. And now he's not just trying to cater to hobbyists. Gary is trying to build a company to bring all kinds of people in. So understand that the company and business making money is the most important element that's going to be going forward for them. It is not trying just to cater to a small group of people. And it's once you realize that as a business, you can't say miniatures is mandatory. So what's mandatory? A lot of people don't like this either. Pure theater of the mind combat was mandatory. And people would say, well, fair enough, miniatures wasn't mandatory, but neither was pure theater of the mind. Whoa. What are you doing if you're not doing miniatures? Is there a third way? No. Well, that means there's only one default way left if you're not playing with miniatures in combat. It's pure theater of the mind. That becomes default. That's mandatory. That's mandatory in OD&D, pure theater of the mind combat. Mandatory in BECMI, pure theater of the mind combat. Mandatory in AD&D 1E, pure theater of the mind combat. Mandatory in 2nd edition AD&D. Miniatures doesn't become pretty much mandatory until 3rd edition with WotC. And WotC ends up, for the first time, going from metal miniatures to producing plastic miniatures. That's the eureka change in miniatures. That does not happen during the TSR era. So if you look at pure theater of the mind, pure theater of the mind is mandatory for OD&D. Pure theater of the mind combat is mandatory for BECMI. And if you were actually back in the old school, which I was out in the public gaming with all kinds of guys, the vast majority of DMs did pure theater of the mind combat. Some used little chips. Some did drawing. Very few used miniatures. When you see miniatures at table, they were more brought as a collector item to show off. You might say this is your character, but you're not going to do much with it. Now, are there a few small percentage of people that use miniatures? Yeah, I won't deny that. But are they a representation of the hobby or what was happening? No, they aren't. So that's the reality of old school D&D. And it doesn't paint a picture other people want to be true. It's just reality does not support people. That a lot of views you hear today, it just does not support their views. They want it to, so they try to rewrite the history. You can't rewrite it. History is just, if it's not on your side, it's not on your side. Miniature gameplay is not a heavy part of the hobby until 3rd edition with WotC. Because WotC did the magic of let's go plastic. I think TSR wanted to do that. But remember, TSR is almost broke, out of money. They're not big enough at any certain point to make plastic, to start producing that. There's already metal miniature producers. So what do? They go to them as a third party, and they get some D&D miniatures, basically as This is D&D, this is D&D, but it was never mandatory for the game. It was always optional to use miniatures. They went to companies that already exist. I don't think TSR just had the funds to make plastic. And even the concept of it for a long time. I think WotC had the money through the success of their card game, which was huge, bigger than we know. I think they had the money to finally lean into plastic. And they did. And they made 3rd edition as more miniature mandatory than any TSR edition. And again, the moral system, mostly not used, ironically, by the one group of people you would think would be using it, which were the raw guys, but not the raw tournament at the store guys, but the guys who took that raw rules as written style that was only for tournament play at the store and tried to apply it to their home table. Those guys, when it came to the moral system was a little bit too complex. They were already simple guys trying to run the game, having the book tell them what to do. When it got to the complexity, they forgot to apply it. When you go to 2nd edition, almost every 2E DM applies to moral system. And the moral system doesn't promote wargaming. It only exists because the move away from wargaming, it doesn't contradict it. It brings a sense of reality. It doesn't contradict it. Yeah, of course they had some, but not mandatory. So it's almost worthless. I mean, if you're saying that to say, see, nope, I'll put you in your place there, Fox. Not mandatory. Not mandatory. And there's a reason. So could you buy some that had it without it being mandatory? Yes, but that's still not being mandatory. Remember, I just said, before you said this, I said, were there some miniatures that D&D made that they put money to for miniature developers? I said that. So just to let you know, don't bring something like this up as a false way of avoiding reality. No, that doesn't mean miniatures were common practice. They were optional, and the vast majority of DMs never used them. And they were optional. Mandatory was pure theater of the mind. And I got streams up right now, which I'll repost tonight if I have to. The deep dive on AD&D 1, which will go into the miniature stuff too. I even got streams on the miniatures. This is all fact-based coverage, just to blows this all up. I got the OD&D and Beckme stream. I got the deep dive on AD&D 1, and then I got my streams on miniatures, which were all fact-based streams, just to prove to people once and for all, no, miniatures was not a big thing in the old school, barely existed for most people, almost compared to the majority, were not used, and miniatures only becomes a major thing with WotC. Period. End of story. Not a single TSR edition made it mandatory. It was all optional to use miniatures. And Gary was right. For a long time, they just cost too much money for most people. And remember, most people were kids buying games. So most of their audience were young. These were people that bought 1 or 2 games. I played 50 games because I met older guys that started like in 74 that had collected like 1st edition games over the years. So by the time I came in 87, I started like looking at games like God. I'm like, oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. When I started game mastering in 1991, I started printing their games, like getting them printed, because printing was a big thing, especially in the 90s. So I start printing because I can't afford to buy all the games, right? But if you're wondering how I cover like 50 games, it's because I did run and play 50 shitloads of games, because I would print them, and either, the odd game somebody else would run, but mostly I would run them. I just never collected hardcovers. But I'm someone who is really there and in the public and in like a large, massive gaming group, and I've done my research on the actual TSR stuff. They simply didn't use them in a major way. Oh, I believe you. But there was a few products that they brought out, some where you could buy miniatures and get them, and people wanted to use them. That's why they were optional. It's not like D&D took the language of the optional thing used for miniatures out of the game. Remember, it's something that has nothing to do with wargaming. They just think that miniatures is something appealing as a collector thing. And what really happened is there's no major use in the old school of miniatures. What really becomes is the major thing that happens is a painting hobby. And so a lot of guys are getting the miniatures for painting. It's almost so very few people are actually playing with miniatures, almost nobody, when you compare like to the overall, right? Very small amount of people are actually using miniatures. The majority of people getting miniatures for a long time were people that were collecting them as it became a painting hobby, a very popular painting hobby. It's just because it was cost too much for most people. And most people didn't want to invest in all these extra things with the miniatures and everything. And if you're so used to not using them, you're not going to bother to adjust when you can't really afford a lot of them, right? Yeah, well, I was in one of the about 6,000 fucking players to 10,000. Probably about 800 DMs. Out of the 800 DMs, 760 some did pure theater of the mind. When I did the actual research on TSR, and I've done my stream, so this will blow you out of the fucking water there, Shadow. Go check out the miniature streams I did. All fact-based coverage, which says the majority weren't using them. Period. End of fucking story. Check out my fact-based deep dive on AD&D one day. The fact-based, and you can go check it out. Right? This is TSR acknowledging people aren't using it. I did it with the OD&D and back me. So, sorry. Have to take your little personal experience and shove that down a fucking, a fucking well there, a wishing well. I get it. I get guys want to believe a completely different story. The miniature thing became a big thing when plastics hit. And a lot of old school guys started using them a lot, but that's after third edition. I'm not saying miniatures doesn't become a thing for a lot of people at a certain point, but it's old school people starting to lean into miniatures when they became plastic. Now, you got to remember, if I say 8% of people were using miniatures, that's still a lot, but that means 92% aren't. And even if you're around the 8% of people that are using it, it's like, look, there's reality, and then there's what you think you see, and then you can judge the entire hobby up based off that. It's like guys that played at home. 10% of guys were at home with their friends and family, right? And so you'll be like, okay, let me guess. And you hear the home guys come on here, get online or something. They make arguments. I'm like, let me guess. You think everybody played like you did at home, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm like, well, did you know that like 90% of the hobby were people that didn't have friends and family in a built-in group to play with? Do you know about the massive live in-group person groups in different states in the States, different provinces in Canada? Did you know they were like this in every place? Did you see how big the online gaming was? Not something adapted. Like it wasn't something like online became a thing and then it built up a big live fucking thing with people looking for groups. It was a natural crossover. The majority of people already didn't have a group. And all you seen was when online gaming started, finally they had a place to go. It's like, how could you can't just build something up like that? Would have took 5 or 6 years if most people were playing at home. And then you slowly build up sort of an open fucking group of people getting together with different people, right? Well, online gaming was instant. It had tens of thousands instantly. And I'm like, yeah, because that's a thing in the real world. That's 90% of people do not have an at home group with friends and family, right? Most people don't have the money for miniatures. It doesn't mean a small percentage isn't a lot of people. It doesn't mean Tom over in a certain state or province can't be around a certain area where, okay, dude, you seem like what, 20 or 30 people with miniatures? Yeah. I'm like, I wish because I know your argument. It'd be nice if that was reality, but it's not. I force my cats to, it's like somebody forcing their kids. I forced the cat on camera the other night with that video to talk about wargaming. I have to push back pretty hard because when you make important points and somebody comes in over in some half-ass way, dismisses it, you got to trash the shit right out of that. Like, it's a conversation gets stuck here for 30 years going nowhere, never progresses. If you let somebody come in and with some simpleton fucking bullshit, try to dismiss a major fucking accurate point you make. It's like we need to accept the truth. That progresses the conversation. But what happens? Most of the time the truth is spoken. Some fucking nerd shows up, says some meaningless fucking thing that probably has no basis in reality. And then you ignore the point. And guess what? 10 years later, we'll say the same point. Here's the point of truth. Here's the nerd coming in. It's like, dude, This is why we get stuck in the conversations, and we did for years in the old school. And this is why Watsy will walk in after 20 some years of us not progressing and go, hey, you guys had a chance, right? Yeah. Have you guys progressed? Not much. All right, we're taking it away from you. And we're going to do things, and you had your chance. All you had to do is talk right, progress it right, and we wouldn't be able to do this to you. But since you didn't, here it is. See you later. We're going to do major things that you'll be unhappy with. Oh, shit. Maybe we should have had better conversations and not get stuck in things and stupid debates over the years. The company did, we did. I'm like, no, I will not partake in that shit. And if somebody brings some throwaway shit to me, I have to be honest with you, man, because I started down here, and I knew some people that played at home, but when I would go to, like, say, the military groups and even the public places, like down here, we have a con that's about 40 to 50,000 people in Nova Scotia. Like, that's a con. We used to have them every weekend. Why? Because compared to the few at home groups, there was 10 to 15,000 people constantly in the 80s looking to game. But most people don't know each other. You have to start meeting, and then go to places that will shock you. Exactly. It's not like they could move. That's a small, but it doesn't mean there's not a lot of people. It's like if I say 8 to 10% of people are at home, that's a lot of people. And you'll know groups that know each other, and everything. It's not like there's not some reality to what you're seeing, but it's like, guess what? The other 90% are not there. They're antisocial nerds. They're meeting at schools. They're meeting at libraries. If they got lucky with these massive groups, they meet at the massive groups. They meet at game shops. They meet at any place which would be like community centers, right? And they'll meet there. And a lot of people that were in the hobby didn't even know where to go game. But these were the majority of people that had books for years, didn't know where to game. They have to look in classifieds. They have to meet up this way. What you find is when you jump into that world, that's the vast majority of people. So a public game master like me, and when I say public game master, I'm still running campaigns and games like the at-home groups, but I have to go out, meet up with these different people in different places. If you're lucky, if you got a group like these big gaming groups, you go there. You can go to libraries, you can go to all kinds of other places and meet people. And without me, they wouldn't have a game master. But we still go to my place, right? Or we might consistently go to a library, or maybe even at the back end of certain game shops that set up places for you to play. And we ran normal, not like one shots, like campaigns. And we made friends with these people. Doesn't mean you don't make friends with them, but you meet them initially as strangers. And then I do one game, drop that, move on to another. And at one point in my history, I'm doing multiple groups at once. Right? It's like 4 groups going on at once. It's like, shitloads of different players. And I had to do I had to do it, but I felt like I had to because there's so many fucking players and so few DMs. I sort of understood the raw tournament gimmick. Public gaming, like if you don't think public gaming was huge, TSR acknowledges public gaming as being a huge thing. The tournament thing is not by accident. Tournament play is focused on acknowledging there's public gaming, and most of the people are going to come through there. That's why they need to make it raw so it's easier to develop guys that can instantly run the game. Just imagine the store owner knows nothing about D&D. But say you're going to bring AD&D 1E, but you don't get enough DMs, you don't get enough PlayStations. Right? So you're going to make a lot of people want to play a game, but you don't get enough PlayStations to play the game with. And you already know from old hobbyists that to develop a DM, it could take months for a proper DM to develop, have nerve, have confidence. The chance of most of those guys going out in public right away is not there. It will take them a while. It could take a long time to build up a guy to go into the public like me. So how do you make enough PlayStations if you're going to sell a bunch of games and have people instantly want to play coming in? That's when you do rules as written for the first time. That is not a gimmick with OD&D and back to me. It's not even a gimmick with the AD&D at home game 1E. It's just the raw tournament style to instantly make PlayStations. So the store owner could step up and he didn't have to know anything about D&D, but he could run the game out of the book for you. He could be a guy with no talent, no skill, not a DM at all, right? Not a real hobbyist, but still get away with running the game as long as it was out of the book, and so he can become the instant PlayStation for the people that bought the game. And the majority of people that are going to come into the hobby, where are they going to come in? At home with a home group already built in? Nope. Tournament style accepts the majority are going to show up in public. You got it. Like, that's it. Most people don't have at-home groups even now. Even now, public gaming is still huge. And if people don't think public gaming is huge, it's like, look at online gaming, but don't think that's a developed thing. Just go back to the original start of where you see Merc, where it starts on really on Merc, right? But it's instant. Tens of thousands of people instantly there with no groups, no friends playing, no DM looking for games. I'm like, you can't just instantly have that unless that's already happening in real life. That's just a crossover from real life to the internet. So it's a lot of things bust people's assumptions about the hobby. And I'm not trying to attack or hate people. I love the hobby. I love old school D&D. I'm going to cover Unearthed Arcana tonight. I love old school D&D. I just hate lying to push the agenda. Like, if we're to tell the truth, let's be honest. And I think it proves it. Like, a lot of the YouTubers are at-home guys. So a lot of YouTubers around here talk about the at-home game. I'm like, well, we know from purchasing there's about 7 to 8 million people like online from old school, right? So I look at Matt Colville. Like, Matt Colville has more old school people in his audience than all the old school D&D YouTubers audiences combined. Like, if you took every old school D&D, AD&D 1E especially, guys, and added up all their audience members together, added them all up, Matt Colville has more old school D&D people in his audience and would dwarf their audiences added up in totality. Like, there's a reason for that, guys. But you have to speak the truth. And if someone's not trying to make shit up or push an agenda, which, say, Matt Colville doesn't, you don't have to agree with him. I'm not saying I'm like super fan here. My point is, why does he draw that many people? There's no agenda pushing with him. He just tells you what he thinks. That's it. Guys that like AD&D 1E, they act like second edition doesn't exist. Like, they'll talk about D&D as if second edition was never part of TSR. Like, imagine this. You're here, old school D&D, it could take you like, a year to develop a character, but once you develop a character, you'd be immersed and you'd have a better experience. And you hear some guy saying, this is true about old school D&D. I'm like, wait, hold up. Second edition, like I said, AD&D 1E doesn't even tell you to do that. That's just natural outcome. And AD&D 1E DM will be like, yeah. I'm like, well, second edition tells you to focus on this. And you'll develop a character within 3 weeks to a month. So it takes AD&D 1E players, most of them, a year. Takes a second edition player like a month to do because it's a focus. But you guys don't even acknowledge second edition into the conversation. Like, imagine when the old school is presented as only OD&D to AD&D first edition. And yet in second edition, we actually advanced some of these things much further, much faster, much better. We simplified down to Thaco, which is the better move, right? We understood character development was an important thing, which AD&D 1E DMs actually acknowledge. They actually talk about once you develop a character, you're more immersed and you more consistently show up to your sessions. So it's, of course, if we learn this, we're going to advance that idea, and that's what TSR did. They advanced that into second edition, saying, okay, we realize how important this is, and if you actually focus on it, you don't got to take a year. You can achieve what the AD&D 1E players are doing in a year and a month. And if it really is this effective for gameplay, more immersed, more consistent, and campaigns were more completed with AD&D second edition. I hear AD&D 1E guys, most of them would never complete their campaigns, right? A lot of them wouldn't get the long campaigns, people said, or when they did, it was some, not all. And I would tell them, like, yeah, a lot of second edition campaigns were completed. Like, I'm a second edition DM. I complete a lot of my campaigns. Bullshit. I'm like, dude, do you know anything about second edition? Not really. I'm like, yeah, but this is why you don't believe me, because you're comparing what I went through to what you went through. But we're doing the things that bring most of our players back to the table consistently, finishing campaigns, having them wanting to show up. And I have nothing against miniature gameplay either. I've ran with, for guys that have asked me to, I ran with some miniatures. I've done that. It's not my cup of tea usually, but I've done that for people just to show them. It's I won't sit there and lie for them, but it doesn't mean I'm really against people that are doing it either. It's not like some big personal war. It's not that much of a dog in the fight. To me, I just focus on truth. Truth is important to me. That's what I value. And I know at Nerds, if you're not aggressive with some of this stuff and push back really hard on them, you'll have a conversation. They dismiss what you say, and they're all happy. Dismissed it, walked away. All right, next year, say it again. Dismissed, walk away. Does the conversation ever progress past that point? No, because they're not allowing it, because anything you soft pedal, they will dismiss and walk away. So you got to be brutal, and this is the truth for some things. You got to be brutal sometimes, jump down their throat, be fucking aggressive, push your thing, push past their dismissal so they can't hold on to it. Make your point stand, and force them to have to think about it. So when nerds come by here and throw up something that really doesn't, it's just some vague nonsense. That's why I'll get after some people. I'm telling you a fact. You got some vague nonsense to make it seem like my fact is not true. That means you're not even being honest. Like, truth is secondary to you. That's why I get after some nerds. It's like, what are you more concerned about, winning or reality? A lot will take a win over accepting the truth, because the truth doesn't play to an agenda that they want to be true. So they'll value their agenda and what they want to be true more than they'll value reality itself. And when you don't live in reality, when you live in a delusion, the conversation doesn't progress. You don't get further. You learn nothing. You don't improve. You don't improve at all. Basically, what happens is you'll keep tripping over yourself until one day, after years of failure, you'll be forced to have to tell the truth. If not, your thing just goes away, slides under a thing, and becomes almost nothing. And when you get opportunities with things like the OSR, and just say that's an opportunity that's not even of your own making. Like, that was handed to you on like basically, oh wow, we have people that want to purchase. It's not like old school guys made this happen. It was something handed to them that they didn't have to develop themselves. Well, at that point, the nerds got to be honest. Instead of pushing what they want to push, they got to push what works for a market. What did most of the OSR do? They pushed what they wanted to work. Not what the market, not what the customers were doing. They push what they want to work. What happens? Shadow Dark comes out of nowhere, gets a bunch of purchases. First thing I hear from OSR guys denying this, well, that's mostly 5e people. Then we check in later and we find out like the vast majority of people that purchased Shadow Dark were old school D&D guys. And you're like, well, that's true. Why didn't all the other OSR clones, and mostly AD&D, and that get the same amount of money? I wonder why. It's because you're living in a delusion and you're trying to make something work. Like the nerds designers themselves were as guilty of this as anybody else. You're trying to make something work that reality has shown you has failed. And I get that you don't want reality to be that it failed, but reality will creep up on your ass. It doesn't give a fuck what you think. It doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't care about your agendas. And so here comes Shadow Dark making a massive amount of money, and you realize, what the fuck do we do wrong? And then when we look at the success of second edition after TSR goes out of business, active gameplay, keeping up with third edition, fourth edition, even when 5e was being tested, half the games being ran were still 2e. That's how, and 2e, unlike every other edition that didn't even go 10 years, like OD&D goes to BECME, goes to AD&D 1e. When you get to second edition, the active gaming, like the real, like vast amount of gaming, that it stayed around for almost 30 years, unlike any other edition before. Like, that's powerful. How many clones of second edition for OSR? Most successful TSR game ever, would have been better for the market, and even shown that a lot of new school people seem to prefer the second edition gimmicks over 1E. And so the market in the OSR would have been better off to do a heavy promotion on 2E. And that would have been better for the market. But for people with deceitful agendas that don't want to accept reality for what it is, and they want things to work that failed, well, they'll go with their nerd failure. That's why I put up a post the other day saying old school nerds could be like this, old school TTRPG nerds. They could have something that they like that fails 500 times. And then suddenly you go, hey guys, look, okay, here, I can give you a win, but you can only get half of what you want. But at least you get half and you get a win. You guys want it? Old school TTRPG nerds will be like, no, we'll just try our thing that failed 500 times in a row again. But dude, you still get half of what you want, but you get a win. No, we'll give that up and we'll go to the thing that failed 500 times in a row instead, because we want that. We want that, but it failed 500 times in a row, dude. I know you like it. I know you want it to work, but it's not going to. That's what reality has told us. And they'll be like, no, well, we think it will work this time. So the 500 times it failed in a row wasn't enough to tell you it won't? No, we think it will work this time. Oh, all right. No win for you then. And you can see the OSR taking a nosedive compared to where it could have been really quickly. And people just scamming it for money now. Just little bits of money. Guys, we'll keep bringing out just some extended books, money grab books, stuff like that. That's what you're going to get. You're not going to get another Shadow Dark type of big amount of money, but Shadow Dark did prove to people that there is a massive amount of purchasing power left on the table by OSR designers because they went after an agenda instead of doing what was good and what would work for the market. I mean, it's like with the live game, people like, they'll be like, it was mostly at home gamers. I'm like, well, what about online gaming? Where'd that all come from? And people forget that detail. When I mention to them, they're like, because at first they'll be like, no, it's full of shit. It wasn't like most people were looking for games in the public. I'm like, yeah, you don't think, well, where's online gaming from? Is that something built up or just instantly show up out of nowhere? And when you look back, it's like, yeah, those people seem just to come out of the woodwork as if they had already been out in the hobby looking for games like this en masse. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. So it's I don't take no thrill in winning the argument. It's just, I think it's so sad that you have to have these fucking overkill arguments. It's like, dude, we get stuck in some of these discussions for 20 or 30 years. And I've tried to be nice 30 years ago. 20 years ago, I tried to be a little bit more forceful, but not as crude. Right? Still ignored, still dismissed easily instead of people considering. Now, in the last so many years where I made changes, I'm just brutal and I piss people off. But in doing so, I finally get a reaction. So go back 30 years, being reasonable about it. Somebody like Shadow comes by, says what he says, and that's enough to dismiss my truth, my reality to his assumptions. Okay, and that defeats it. Even though I'm saying a fact, and he's just saying some throwaway assumption that will support something he wants to be true, right? So he has no idea if what he's saying has any credibility. Just says it to dismiss because he wants something to be true. Truth is secondary. And I'm not hating on Shadow. I'm just being real. This is how this works. So what would happen? Guys like him would be able to do that over and over again and have success. I started trying to be a little bit more frank and forward. What did that get me? Banned from groups, censored, cut off. So it goes from soft pedal where you can dismiss me, fine, where I'm a little bit more straightforward, 10 years later, instead of, and making some good points, Instead of it being considered, now I'm being banned, ignored, and censored. Long before the recent issues we had. This is just the old school, just straight up banning me off of forums for saying things they don't agree with. Boom, ban, censor, out of the conversation. Now, 10 more years goes by, and I finally start seeing where effects happen. And what happens is I come out and I'm fucking brutal. I am fucking brutal. And I fucking jump down people's throats and push points, and I don't let anybody dismiss anything. Finally, people have to adjust their language. Finally, they can't just put me into a corner and ignore me. Finally, the conversation progresses because now people have to talk based on reality rather than their deceitful agendas. And they actually have to accept truth instead of what they want to be true, which is beautiful. And it helps because by getting rid of the ignorance, you get to the honesty. And the honest conversation is better. It's going to lead to better things. It always does. Right? So it's under those conditions, I think it's good. It's just, I find it sad that you can't be reasonable and make a point. You can't be a little bit more courageous and forward and make a point. Like 10 years later. You have to be a prick to people that you realize are being deceitful. You can't be nice to them. They're not even playing fair to begin with. That's what you have to realize. That's what I had to realize like 30 years ago. The dismissal language is people not playing fair. And if you try to play fair with people that aren't playing fair, the people that aren't playing fair win. Now, 10 years later, when I try to be more forceful, they're still not playing fair. They can censor. Now, at YouTube and other places, it's a lot harder to cut voices like mine off. So now you can't censor. Now you can't kick me out. And I don't let you dismiss by being brutal. So there you go. That's how that works. And sometimes you'll make a point where people just will throw it away and start bringing stuff up again. Like I've noticed this with some guys in the hobby. At first, you can make a powerful point. And most will go around saying, okay, I wish it was more wargaming. And then they wait. In about a year, if no one's pushing back, suddenly they'll make a post. AD&D 1E is wargaming. And they're testing the water. And if nobody says anything back, they start pushing again. And they'll go right back on the agenda. And you realize, holy shit, they're right back to line. And so they let you sort of wait for the year, but if they think they could push back and push it back into falsity, they will. Some people will try that shit, right? I've seen where they have to accept that, no, it's not this. I seen one guy, I said, it's the miniature thing. I'm not being hateful about miniatures, but miniatures was never mandatory in old school. And I point that out, but I keep saying that, pure theater of the mind is mandatory for gameplay. And this one guy made a big post and got a lot of likes. And I know I made him look like stupid. He said, well, miniatures wasn't mandatory, but nor was pure theater of the mind. So pure theater of the mind is not mandatory. It's probably better to play with miniatures. I'm like, okay. Is there a third way to play the game? No. Right? Do they say the other way of doing combat is optional? No, only if you have the option to play with miniatures. Right? Would that happen? So what's default if you don't have miniatures to use? What's default mandatory gameplay if you don't have miniatures? What does it have to be? There's not a third way to play the game. There's only two ways as far as doing combat. Miniatures or pure theater of the mind. Right? There's no third way. So if miniatures is optional, what does that mean the default state of D&D is? Default state of old school D&D is pure theater of the mind. That's default gameplay. And because it's default gameplay, without miniatures, it is mandatory gameplay. So That's how stupid some people can be. So desperate to push what they want to believe is true or push an agenda that they stupefy themselves. They make themselves stupid in the process of trying to reason this out in their head. I'm like, dude, there's no third way. I mean, it's not like there's miniatures, pure theater of the mind, then standing on your head. It's like there's no third way. This guy just stupefied himself. It's embarrassing. And then to see a bunch of guys like his post, I was like, you're stupefied. All the people like your posts are fucking dumb. And you made yourself stupid in desperation to push an agenda. Again, I get it. A lot of guys actually didn't play old school heavy until actually after WotC. That's what a lot of old school content creators don't admit to people now. You get a lot of YouTubers that weren't heavy into the actual old school era. They came into the old school actually after WotC, or around the time WotC comes in. And I know this from some of the guys now. Right? I'm like, you're old school? All right, well, look, it's not like I was there in the 70s, but I did start in 87. And I was there in a very active time in the old school era and dug my feet in. I was in. Right. So it's like, you find out later, guys, like I played at home for a bit and then I stopped for like 20 years and came back. And it's like, you came back right as there was plastics? And I'm like, he's like, well, miniatures was a thing. No, you ran into WotC plastics. But again, plastics and regular miniature play does not happen on that level until they're affordable with plastic, and that comes from WotC, not TSR. It's like I swear people lie to themselves so much they create Mandela effects for themselves. It's like the history. It's not really like the hobby was this in the past, but they have an agenda that they want it to be that, because that would support what they want to believe now, right? Fox does. I'm not saying Fox would get what I'm saying. Is there a minority of people that might have used like chips, drawing? Some people use drawing. Some people that oddly had miniatures could. Yeah, I'm with Fox. Small percentage of people would use them. Most people wouldn't. The vast majority didn't bother with the cutouts. Most people just did it live. Like just pure in the mind. And so there wasn't always these massive combats. A lot of people did combats where they could run it mostly in the mind. And the bigger the combat got, for some people, they'd use paper if they had to. But here's what Fox would agree. Any old school guy would understand this. A lot of new guys that have never done pure theater of the mind combat on a regular, they'll talk like it's impossible to do large scale fighting with pure theater of the mind. I'm like, right away, they give themselves away. Because lots of DMs were absolutely wonderful at pure theater of the mind combat and could do large fights in the mind with a perfect memory all the time. And actually, the more you use your imagination, you find this out from science, the better your memory works. So, but you had to be doing it to know this. So when I hear guys say, nowadays, I just know they're lying right away. They're on like a panel or something and they're talking. Yeah, you can't really do combat like this with pure theater of the mind. Yes, you can. The vast majority did pretty casually all the time back in the old school. All the time, pretty casually. It just means you weren't there. You don't fucking know. It's again, there's where guys take their assumptions, their minority loud voice assumption, and they try to assume that's going to be real for everyone else. And it's like, dude, why don't you just admit the problem? It's not that we can't do pure theater of the mind, large combat, scale large combat. It's you can't, Mr. Commenter. That's on the panel. Like I can. The vast majority of DMs back in the old school could. It's just that you can't. And your ego is too big. And you can't humble yourself enough just to admit that it's not that you can't do it. It's just you can't do it. I can. All kinds of other people can. You can't. And a lot of guys have egos. A lot of guys will think in the old school, if I can't do it, other people can. I'm like, dude, It's just not true. The vast majority of guys did pure theater of the mind combat, and lots of them did pretty large fights. Some, but not all your combat's going to be that. But when you get to it, some people would use paper. Most would still do it right from here, and you can do it, and it was done pretty casually. So it's not hate on people, but it's an insult to people I seen do it because these were wonderful DMs. What an insult to them when they did do it to have people nowadays go on panels or something and act like they didn't exist and they couldn't do it. It's like they did and they were the majority. What a disgraceful thing to say. To rip on their history, the legacy they left in the hobby, what they did, their performance. Just because you have an ego that says, well, if I can't do it, nobody can because I'm that fucking great. Well, dude, maybe you're not that great. Maybe you got to humble yourself. Stop having the fucking ego that thinks if you can't do it, nobody can. Lots of us did it. The majority did it. And I'm not trying to hate on people, but at the same time, it's like you realize just how disrespectful they're being to our history. Our history is we produced a lot of great hobbyist DMs. Fucking fantastic and super fucking intelligent guys. Elite fucking DMs. And now we have mediocre guys that are the raw rules as written guys that need the book to run the game for them. They want to pretend they're sitting up in a high chair. And they like to take the respect, not built by them, but built by the guys I'm talking about. The reason people take DMs or Game Master serious is because the elite, intelligent fucking guys that moved up that reputation. It's not because of fakes that came in and sat down at the seat that they fucking created. It wasn't created by the guy who can't do it. It was created by the guy who could. Respect is given because of him. The position is seen as something high because of him, not because of the guy that needs to book to run the game. Be lucky. I say to those book guys, be lucky you could sit in that high chair, but you didn't make it at all. You didn't create it. You didn't develop it. Nobody respects that position because of you. It's for the guys that did the things that were incredible. That's who built that image up. That's who built that position. That's who made it in the hierarchy up to here. Right? It's those people. And we have a great history. We have a fantastic history of some really fucking talented people like Frank Metzger and other people that ran the game that were fucking great guys that didn't need miniatures. Fantastically skilled people. And sorry if Mr. Mediocre wants to come into the hobby nowadays and pretend that he gets to sit at the top of the hierarchy and act like he's great. So whatever he can't do, nobody else can. I'm like, dude, you're a mediocre DM. That's the problem. It's just you see yourself as up here, but really you're down here. You're sitting at a seat that was made by people that were up here, but you're not that guy. I'm sorry. I get you might have a YouTube channel and a few thousand people follow you, but you're still here. Right? On YouTube, oh, good, you got an audience. But in the hierarchy of the real hobby, you're here. That's it, you're here. And we should be very happy that we have a great history, not sit there and demolish our history for the sake of pushing deceitful, two-faced agendas. What a fucking disgrace. So I get to grow up with some of these guys. My first DM, my mentor, like the guy was magic, dude. Best DM I've ever, and sort of poisoned me though. I played at the top of the mountain because of him. Everything was pure theater of the mind, inflow. The guy could do massive scale fighting, remember every detail. Like the board was in your mind. He could feed what you need. He could remind you of anything you might have forgotten between rounds. You never felt lost in his combat, no matter how big it was. At no point did you have to use terrain or a miniature. What an amazing fucking DM. And we had a lot of them. And this is why, again, Gary got his heat for AD&D 1E. That's why they wrote letters to him. It's like, I'll mention to people that are old school. Do you remember Gary got letters around AD&D 1E from guys complaining in the hobby? And they'll be like, yeah. Like, well, what were they complaining about? Like, not really sure. I'm like, they're complaining about the fact that raw and modules and the way AD&D 1E was made for that type of stuff was going to bring in a bunch of people outside of the hobby that they didn't want in the hobby. These were the hobbyists complaining to Gary, saying, because of this ease into the game, you're going to bring people into the hobby we don't want here, and they're going to take over. They're going to take over D&D. And I hate to say it, as much as, in a way, here we are in 2026, and they were right. Now, I'm nothing against TSR for being a company wanting to make more money, but were they right that people less talented for gaming were going to come into the D&D world through an ease and take over? They weren't just slightly right. Those letters were fucking on. They were on point. They were very accurate. These were hobbyists understanding we want highly intelligent people playing these games. We don't want AD&D 1E. What's going to do? It's going to open up the hobby to too many people that are just not capable. That's the way they thought about it. And here we are in 2026, and look at the YouTubers that represent old school D&D. They are not the pure theater of the mind guys, the talented DMs. These are the guys that came in afterwards. So when you look at the who took over, these letters were not bullshit. They were, Gary was getting complaints because many of the guys knew what it meant. Like, if the book can run the game, and AD&D 1E was meant to, Gary tried to make it that you'd have a home game and a tournament style so these things wouldn't get confused, but they did anyway. It's like, and you know this because you read the Dungeon Master guide for 1E. At one point it says, the Dungeon Master is king. Well, the Dungeon Master can't be king if the book is king. And raw, and the focus on doing it, rules as written, makes the book the authority. And that's where the famous asshole rule lawyer comes from. I said this earlier. Why are there different versions of rule lawyers? Why do some old school guys from OD&D back to me remember what they would call rule lawyers as guys that would just mention something, DM says how it is, and the guy would go, okay, sure. Because they still gave the DM authority. Why? Well, then, if those aren't the assholes, what happens? Where does the rule lawyer asshole come from? It doesn't come in second edition because we go back to the old school rule lawyer of OD&D and Beckme, where they say, oh, here's a rule and thing, and you go, well, I don't perceive it that way, or I don't care, I'm running it my way. And they go, okay, cool, you're the authority. Where does the asshole, the famous one, well, they wouldn't be brought up for no reason. They're talked about because they did exist. Where did they exist? Rules as written, AD&D 1E. Book is authority, and the player sees it that way. That's the rule lawyer that argues with you. That's the guy who says, the book says this, you go, no, and he goes, yes, and keeps arguing with you. Because he has the rules as written, AD&D 1E player puts the book as authority over the DM. That's where you get your famous asshole rule lawyer from old school. It's like boxing. If you played OD&D and Beckme, you know the guys would maybe play it at first a little raw and then do what they want, right? You learn the game. I don't think Gary wanted to take that approach away completely with AD&D 1E, but they had their idea of a consistent shared world, but that would have to be forced. It was all through force. And that's where you get the railroad, because Fox, you know this, you might know the sandbox from Traveler, but sandbox adventure making and sandbox world building is in OD&D and Beckme as well. Not the redefined sandbox, because what they do with sandboxing, they bring up the modules. That's where the railroad comes from. People like the railroad wasn't just there. That is not something that was natural to D&D. The railroad is forced play. That's module adventures, right? Forcing you onto a railroad. That's what the railroad is. Before that, you sandbox, and this is from wargaming, like sort of war game mindset, not from wargaming and roots purely, but the wargamers that came over, the designers especially, had this do what you want type of attitude, right? You see it in OD&D and Beckme, where the DM improvises. The players go, a lot of times, do what they want to do. And if they want to go to the dungeons, they have to walk, but they're still free to do whatever they want in the dungeons. But still free. Remember what they say with original D&D and Beckme. Players can do whatever they want. Why would they say that? That's sandboxing. It means you do whatever you want. The DM will improvise. In Traveler, it's sandbox, right? This is why you don't need adventures. Why could you play OD&D without pre-made adventures? It's sandboxing, right? Why do you play Traveler without adventures? It's sandboxing, complete freedom, and you improvise, complete freedom, right? Modules become that, and then TSR did not want to get rid of its money grab module thing, because if you figure out, they start getting rid of the sandbox language in AD&D 1E, and I noticed that, like, they start getting rid of the language that teaches you how to sandbox, right? Like, how you should probably sandbox. But they're doing it because they want to make money from their pre-made adventure modules. This is why I did a video called Money Grab, right? It is about them taking away the sandbox. And what do they TSR do later? They redefine sandbox into the module thing. And it's a trick. I'm like, no, that's not a sandbox. Any force is a railroad. So they lie to you. They lie to you on purpose about what the sandbox is. But it's great brainwashing. Right? Effectively, it works on a lot of people. When I did my first sandbox video recently, a few months ago now, I did it. And I'm talking about sandboxing as you would see it with OD&D and Beckme, how you would see it with Traveler, like the original sandboxing. I do a video on sandboxing and how I do sandboxing with D&D, because I'm talking about using OD&D sandboxing and Beckme sandboxing for second edition, like original Traveler stuff, right? Like real sandboxing. A bunch of D&D people, old school, that are brainwashed, came back and said, because they don't understand the early real sandboxing, they came back and said, oh, he got his sandboxing video wrong. He doesn't know about D&D sandboxing. I'm like, no, I do, but you got brainwashed. You've heard of a so-called redefined version of it that they did, so you would keep purchasing the modules and not just go play your own adventures, which would be more fun. Because if you realize what sandboxing is, you realize your own adventuring for your own group, making it up as you go. It's going to be more fun most of the time. It doesn't cost you any money. It's more fun to do your own shit than it is usually to even run a module. And they don't want you knowing that, because that means you don't need them. And they'd have to start making other products. And they're making a lot of money off modules. People, like, you got to remember that TSR is making shitloads of money. They do not want you doing sandbox. They want you buying the modules. So what do? They redefine what sandbox really is and lie to you. They start telling you that they're sandboxing with their modules. No, any form of force is a railroad. That's what a railroad is. It's as simple as that. Any form of force is a railroad. That's all a railroad means. You're a force. Without force, it's not a railroad. It's freedom. Freedom is sandbox. You can't mix the two. You can have a loose railroad, like Temple of Elemental Evil, very loose railroad, but it is a railroad. Loose railroad. Not a sandbox, a loose railroad. That's force, right? So that's a railroad. Sandbox, and there is a real sandbox version of it's complete freedom, right? And sandbox doesn't mean you have walls. It's just the idea that you're dumped into the world and you do what you want. Some people had the miniatures already built in, Bill, so I totally understand that. It becomes easier to not, like, it's faster doing stuff without miniatures and setting up. That's why a lot of people cross over. And you find out that you can actually do theater of the mind. So, Bill, you'll know this. Guys today will lie and go on panels and say, well, you can't do pure theater of the mind with this. Well, you can. And it's more convenient once you know you can. And once you can do it, it's actually really fun to stay in the flow inside your mind. So you actually, once you start doing it, usually don't want to go back to miniatures. What a lot of guys find out. Was there a small percentage of guys that had miniatures coming in and had enough from wargaming and other options? Yeah, just enough. But if you wanted to do more stuff and have more monsters, you have to purchase more. It starts becoming inconvenient and inconvenient pricing. And then you get most people coming in that don't know wargaming. Remember, less than 10% of wargamers crossed over to D&D. So the vast majority of people coming in are regular people. And you know this for sure when you get to BECME, because when you go to BECME, you'll see Frank Metzner and Mulvey's language towards new people coming in. They're not talking to wargamers. They completely understand who they're talking to because they got out there at the conventions. Frank Metzner was getting out and meeting all kinds of people to run the game for, realizing, yeah, none of these guys were wargamers. They were shocked to find out by 75, theater kids were already playing D&D. Not like in the 80s, not 90s, but theater kids were already playing D&D by 75. So the vast majority of people that were coming to D&D was not wargamers. Sad for wargamers. Just this is the reality of what they had to face. And Frank Metzner and Mulvey got out there and met people, so they actually knew the reality. So you don't. Their writing, if you read it, is not written for people that play war games. It is written for non-war gamers, right? And I get what you're saying. Like, there's nothing wrong with miniatures initially, and I'm not trying to attack people with miniatures, but once you start doing pure theater of the mind combat, you'll feel it goes a little faster. It's more convenient, and it's that flow thing too. The more you're in your mind, and the more you're consistently here, the more you hit that flow where the 8 hours flies by. So instead of like the tedious 2 or 3 hours they do today, by breaking out the flow in the imagination, you get to the flow faster and you stay there. And yeah, I know you're a Mysteria guy. Mysteria was built by sandboxing for sandbox gaming. So me and Bill's already had this talk. I know he's a pure sandbox guy, but Bill would know sandboxing because he's a BECME guy. So if you're BECME or D&D, there's no way. That's common. It's so common that's why Bill relates with that as soon as I say that to him. He's like, yeah, that's what we did. Like, yeah, I know you know Bill, but there's a lot of guys that came into the AD&D 1E into the hobby new through that don't know that because they got used to module play. They don't even realize there was a form of sandboxing before. They only know about the redefined version that is pitched to them in the modules. That's all they know. Now, so let you guys know this is the last one, and then we're going to go into Unearthed Arcana. And don't get it wrong, this is not a hate on for AD&D 1E. I respect when you look at it, what Gary wanted the home game to be. I respect what Unearthed Arcana does for the game. I respect that approach. It's just there's some things where I'm just like, this stuff's not true here. Truth matters to me. It doesn't mean AD&D 1E is bad. So some guys, they identify so much with these games that a criticism of the game is an attack on them. That's the way they take it, even though it's not really an attack on them. Like a lot of people out here criticize second edition. Now, I personally am a second edition DM. I watch guys that criticize second edition, and I never get mad when I hear it. I follow guys that criticize second edition. I have no problem. They have an opinion that they have a problem with the game. I don't always agree with them. And actually, most of the time, I don't agree with them on the second edition stuff, but it just doesn't matter to me, right? Agreed. Yeah, well, that's a better Bill. You're way more accurate on that, and I've heard many BECME guys make that point to me. So I apologize, but you are right, and that's enough to feel it too. It is different flavor. It's enough to feel it. So that's a credible statement, and there's truth to that nuanced view. And guys who are really into that era of gaming, they feel it. They can play both and go, yeah, this is not exactly this. Right. So, and if I'm someone who's really open to nuance and being honest, it's something I have to acknowledge. So I won't dismiss what you're saying there. That's 100% true. Mulvey and BECME do have a bit of a different feel. And that can change. I think stuff like that happens in tabletop role-playing games where something that seems small can be a huge issue, like a huge change. And people might say, well, oh, come on, this is similar, this is not similar, this is whatever. I'm like, well, dude, a small change can be the thing that cripples a part of the game so drastically you notice it. It's again, it's like the small thing with flow. You can search a room in old school D&D. I give you a description. You search a room. You're talking to the other player characters. You're looking around. You get used to that. You're in a flow in the mind, searching around the room. Well, that's a way of playing the game. You go to third edition, perception check. Now, you might not think that's a major change in the game, but by doing the roll and not going through the process and going into the mind to think and talk with other characters, there's a flow that's outside of combat. One of the many areas is outside of combat, especially in dungeon crawls, that you lose. And that becomes a major change in the game. It seems tiny in many ways, like it's only a small change. No, it's a major change. That's a major experience change, and you'll feel it and notice it. So, whole story lumbering into action, so it's straight to the quarter sheet. OSGM is a quick description until the player progresses, then the story unfolds. Yeah, I hate that. I like when people have to think instead of going to the look. There's a balance where it doesn't mean it's bad to have options on your character sheet, but it's how some designers even view it too. They'll think if you have skills, you'll only look to your skills or your sheet all the time. That's not true at all, especially when your skills don't guarantee a problem solve every time. They might enhance your information. Like second edition does this really well. They give you non-weapon proficiencies. Most skills, and this is the way I like to treat skills, it's information. It's not a guaranteed solution or action. So I like that most skills in the non-weapon proficiencies are not written out like singular actions that let you do something to overcome something. Right? They're when you look at second edition skills, I think they have the right balance. They offer information, but you still have to think of how you want to use it and pitch it. And you have your basic information that you have in real life. And well, to a degree, there's some limits. It's like I like the idea that actually skills come in and actually do limit you. Because I don't want a player who knows everything about science, but his character is a simple warrior who wouldn't know any of this stuff. I do like actually limitations. I actually think the limitations are actually better for gameplay, right? Because it's like that's what balances. How does one player who knows more, in a way, knows more from life, balance out with another player who doesn't? Like, that to me, I actually prefer. There are some limitations on your real world knowledge. I really do. But it doesn't mean you can't use your common sense. I think everybody should have their common sense applied and basic knowledge that they can justify from real life that most people would know and use that. So that's skill there. And then I like skills that aren't just obvious answers to things. They're not just like one action shot, they're information. So they become information you can consider when you're trying to come up with something to do. But you still have to think it through. You still have to come up with the idea. I hate when you get the skills in a game where the skills are giving you one action do. Like, oh, I'll use my skill to do this. That's stupid. Oh, there you go. That's so true, Bill. That's a great point, Bill. That's a fucking fantastic point, Bill. Sometimes you are limited on your tools. And sometimes not just your equipment. It's a mix. I get it's your equipment and what's in the scene around you. So it's a mix of what you might have in your equipment and listening to the game master. So description then becomes very important to get the accurate information. What's their lane? I could use that. Right. So it's whatever the scene could provide to you and your equipment. And then you mix all that. I still think it's just a mind game. I just don't want an instant dice roll, but I think dice rolls can come into play at one point. Right. But I want thinking. I want your equipment. I do want skills to play something into that if they can. I want your common sense to play into that. So you being wise. But I want your equipment, like you said, very, very fucking wise point there, Bill. Your equipment and whatever could be in the scene that could aid you too, right? Because there could be all kinds of things like, oh, there's a bucket over there. Oh fuck, okay, I'm grabbing the bucket, scooping this up. So yeah, I love challenging the mind where it's a mind game. I hate dice roll it through. That's it. I don't mind this, Bill. I look at it like this: when a player makes a real effort in the room, if they tried a lot of things and they just don't find the thing, if they make an action towards getting close to something, and I'll give them time just to see if they start like backing off, like, okay, I'm not going to find this. Okay, you know how you were checking the thing? Yeah, do a dice roll, intelligence check or something, not a perception check. They'll make it. But they, okay, when you were looking over there, you actually did notice something. You want to go back and have a look at that again? Yeah, it's a better chance to lean them towards finding something. But it's not me saying if you failed, you fail. Like if you just don't look in the area at all, if you're like really careless, I'll let you walk out, right? Hey Miles, what's up, dude? We're gonna start in about 5 minutes. But if you look close to the area, Bill, I will then give you the opportunity. If you lean really close to it and just get close through your effort, I think you're really putting it forth. Well, then I'll reward you with a dice roll. It's the same thing with social interaction. I don't mind dice rolling at one point, but I prefer to see what you got to say to the guard. I'll consider your charisma, of course. And I don't really care how charismatic you really sound in real life. Most DMs actually don't care about these things, even though people think this matters. I'm like, no, they don't. They're listening to what you say. That's really, it comes down to the words. So say you got to talk your way through a guard letting you across the bridge. If you say the right words, most of the time, I mean, unless your fucking charisma is down the dump, the DM will say to you, if there's no alternative reason that the guard would have, the guard will let you go by. If you say something that's so off-putting that it's just so obvious, the guard is probably going to say no, and you're probably going to say no with the guard. No dice roll, just it will be an accurate no. Now, there could be some unknown information the guard knows, so there's some nuance and complexity a DM has to consider. That might be the reason either they easily let you over, or it's like, oh, I know these guys, so even if he doesn't say something perfect, I might still say yes. Or the guard might have very, very certain orders you don't know about, which will really start making him push hard on no, right? In some cases, it could even be no without a dice roll, period, because he just will not break the line for a certain reason. You'll have to push him aside if you want that. But if it comes down to a 50-50 where I'm not sure as a DM, the guard could say yes, or he could say no here. Dice roll. Then it's really, we're going to consider your charisma check, dice roll type of thing. Will I consider charisma if you're close to getting by? Of course. All right, of course. Will I consider your charisma if it's really piss poor? Of course. So all this should be considered an interaction, but at only a certain point will you get a dice roll. It's a mind game. I do want to consider all these things before we get to the point of dice roll, but I think they should exist, right? But there you go. There you go. Good timing. Sorry if you do hear any odd kid noise behind me or outside. I can't control the young folk here, and it's at a time when usually their parents have them in, but I think their parents are out having a drink. You never know. If it's not that bad, we're good. No, that's mindless. That's stupidity, Miles. We've already had this talk. Do you want me to own you again right now, 2 minutes before I start my thing? I just explained in detail what I said. You want to try to persuade? Talk, dude. Go ahead. Use your words. See if you can persuade. If you want to go play an MMO, you can go do that, but this is a mind game. MMOs will let you press buttons, and then you don't got to think with your mind. Right? So, I mean, do we got to go back to the storytelling thing? I'm picking on you, dude, here, but come on, I just explained it in detail. Pay attention. If you want to persuade, persuading is talking with words. I just detailed what I mean by trying to persuade. It's a test of your intelligence right now. I just imagine you ask for a persuade, and I give you a dice roll check, and you realize you fail it, but you realize you're probably going to talk your way over the thing anyway. But the guard's going to say no, no. Imagine having the perception check in the room, you fail it, but you realize you probably could have found the thing just by looking around yourself. But now I'll say you looked around you to find it. Now, I'm not going to just keep giving you the option to look around. No, you're probably not going to find anything. Like, I'm going to make the dice roll failure stick to you. So it's like that's a doom thing. That's really, really dumb. That's really dumb. It's a mind game. Right? If you want to go play checkers, go play checkers. This is chess. You want to go play Monopoly and roll dice to move your guy, go play that game. Right? We're not talking about that game right now, Moss. We're talking about a mind game. And we're talking about old school anyway. So, yeah, if you want to go play WotC, go play it and get your dice roll. And you said if a player says, I feel like that would require a check, no. You're talking. It's me telling you what I think. So you're saying that I should give the dice roll in an old school game where that's not even a gimmick. How stupid is that, Mouse? It's not even a fucking gimmick in the game. So check roll comes when there's a 50-50. I said this already, covered this already. I've even covered it with you in detail. Like, how many times do you need to be told things, dude? I feel bad for you sometimes, my friend, that I have to repeat things to you. Like, because the point should have been made the first time. You should be intelligent enough to get this. So most DMs just consider words. And if charisma is something to be considered to give a fair opportunity, you check the charisma. You ask for the number. If you're a piss poor DM, you don't. And that's why the dice roll means nothing. Already been covered. Already explained this to you already. Yeah, but we've already had this discussion. Actually, I told you twice, and the person had told you about it. I have to get at you here, dude. I'll say it again to you. Now, I've already said it in this one. Guys, I've just explained this to Bill in detail. Like, it just went through the detail again. So it's like explain again. But I won't keep explaining shit to you. If you keep bringing up stupid fucking questions, I'm not going to be happy with that. And if you try to fucking, fucking drag me down the stream or make a fucking point, I'll make you fucking disappear, boy. All right. So just so we're clear, right? you don't own nothing here. All right. Understand that. If you try that game, you'll go. You'll go right away. I just want to make that real clear to you. So as far as you've already had this explained. When it comes to charisma, most DMs don't concern themselves with that right away. They concern themselves with the words you say. Are the words convincing? Now, will they check what's your charisma? Right? If the words are convincing or whatnot. If it's 50-50, they'll lean into that. Like, oh, you got good charisma? That's where they might say, well, you were close. I'll actually say that you convinced. No dice roll. If you have shitty charisma, well, man, I might have said you were close, but yeah, I'm not giving you that. Like, this guy's just not buying what you're saying. And I can do all that without a dice roll. We get down to the dice roll needed where the guard really isn't sure based on any of that information. That's a roll. Now, if you got a good charisma, well, that's going to be a beneficial roll. If you got bad charisma, that's going to work against you on the dice roll. Well, you can ask, but it's just like we've been through the conversation already twice. You can ask any question you want anytime, but I would like to stick to the fucking subject, right? So, influences and birth. The birth of Unearthed Arcana. By 1985, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons First Edition had been on the market for nearly a decade. During that time, TSR had published hundreds of new ideas through adventures, magazines, supplements, while players had developed countless host rules of their own. Rather than producing a new edition, Gary Gygax led the creation of a hardcore expansion with additional development by other TSR staff that gathered many of their ideas into a single volume while remaining fully compatible with the existing AD&D core books. Now I'm going to get into the real details, but the other details, how I start this, we're going to go into the fluff first, right? Fluff, and then we'll dive in. Much of its content had already appeared in Dragon Magazine, where it had been refined through years of publication before being revised for inclusion in the hardcover. Other material was newly written or substantially expanded specifically for the book. This made Unearthed Arcana less of a collection of completely new ideas and more of a culmination of AD&D's continued growth during the early 1980s. Dragon Magazine. Perhaps the greatest influence on Unearthed Arcana was Dragon Magazine. Throughout the early 1980s, the magazine served as a testing ground for new classes, spells, races, equipment, and optional rules. Articles written by Gary Gygax and other TSR designers introduced new concepts long before many appeared in the hardcover form. It's Bill, here's what you're missing. Me and him had a discussion on this that went for probably about an hour and 20 minutes, and I explained this to him twice already in detail. So, and Miles has a little bit of a history with me, sometimes bringing stuff up multiple times as if I'll make a really great point of explaining what I mean by it. Not that he has to agree. The night we talked about it was the night I did a TSR versus WotC gaming. And it was a focus on that. And now he's a WotC guy. So we went over this, and I explained this to him twice in graphic detail. Went over it once. He sort of snubs it, says something like this. I went over it again, explained and again a second time in detail, snubbed it again. Storytelling, he's done the same thing recent too. Storytelling, explained everything really well. Doesn't mean he has to agree, but I explained everything well. Next night we talk about storytelling, he acts like I didn't say anything. So me and him have a little bit of a history on talking like this, and there's sometimes a purpose behind what he's doing, and I'm giving him a warning. I notice it. I don't like it. It's not that I'm being unsympathetic with him. Trust me, if I take the time out one-on-one with him to answer questions for over an hour, it means I've given him the time, and he's just an individual person. I have many people here asking questions, right? And when I know something's being ignored and it keeps getting dismissed, I know there's a purpose behind that I don't like. Oh, Tome of Magic. Well, dude, you got to work on the memory thing, dude. Right? Because what happens is it's like you flash in and then you use dismissive language. I don't like that. I don't like that type of conversation, right? My advice: go back and listen to what we talked about. Okay. Let's stop focusing on that shit so we can focus on this. Throughout the early 1980s, I said, like, the magazine served as a testing ground. I already said this for new classes, new spells, new races, equipment, and optional rules. Many of the book's most famous additions included the Barbarian, Cavalier, weapon specialization, and numerous spells and magic items originated in these articles before being revised and collected into Unearthed Arcana. Other material was expanded or created specifically for the hardcover, making it more than simply a reprint of the magazine content. The book effectively transformed years of published experimentation into an official AD&D expansion. Growing player demand. As AD&D matured, players increasingly wanted greater variety when creating and developing their characters. These were demands of people before many of them would end up walking away because they weren't getting a lot of this. And the Unearthed Arcana just tried to give people exactly what they're looking for. After years of expanded campaigns, many groups looked for additional ways to distinguish their heroes beyond the options presented in the original player's handbook. Unearthed Arcana answered this demand by introducing new character classes, additional playable races and subraces, expanded spell list, new equipment and weapons, additional magic items, greater opportunities for character specialization. Rather than changing the foundation of AD&D, the book broadened the choices available to both players and dungeon masters. Expanding rule library. By the mid-1980s, AD&D had grown far beyond its original 3 core books. Adventure modules, magazine articles, and supplements had introduced numerous optional mechanics, character options, and new ideas. Rather than leaving this material scattered across multiple publications, Unearthed Arcana brought much of it together into a single official reference. It's something like what they did with the Monster Manual. Like, this is when I sort of understood why this happened, because Gary started realizing by having all these things float around everywhere, it wasn't as effective for the game or the products they were putting out. So what he did originally, if you go back to the Monster Manual for AD&D, when he brings a lot of the sort of scattered stuff together, starts refining it to make it what it is. So anytime he decided we're going to make this official core into the game, we're going to make this sort of official stuff, he would sort of package it together, refine it, like detail it out, and really say, here, this is D&D as well, right? This made many of the game's most popular optional rules easier for players and dungeon masters to find and incorporate into their campaigns. The book reflected the growing complexity of AD&D while helping organize years of accumulated material. Gary Gygax's evolving design philosophy. Unearthed Arcana also reflected how Gary Gygax's approach to game design had evolved since the release of the original AD&D books. The early rulebooks established the core mechanics of the game. By contrast, Unearthed Arcana focused on expanding those mechanics with additional options in greater detail. Basically, Unearthed Arcana is almost like trying to avoid making a second edition right away and trying to give more life to this book, right? Because I knew at the time they wanted to get more, or from what I read, they wanted to get more out of their products before moving on to some new edition. Right? They were always trying to do that, get the most out of what they have, right? Like, as a company too, like, I hate to say it, squeeze the customer, squeeze the money out like as much as you possibly can. His later work showed an increasing interest in providing players and dungeon masters with more mechanic depth, more optional systems, and greater opportunities for customization without replacing the existing rules. Rather than rewriting AD&D, the book demonstrated how Gygax envisioned first edition continuing to grow. More heroic style of play. One noticeable shift in Unearthed Arcana is its emphasis on creating more capable and specialized characters. Options such as weapon specialization gave fighters greater distinction in combat, while the Cavalier and Barbarian introduced classes with powerful and unique abilities. Yeah, I think this is where Gary learns the reason people had questionable stuff, and I agree with you, Fox, why people felt that way. Some fun stuff, definitely, because it's creative. It's creative. Let's be real. And Dragon Magazine did this is what, remember, what he does here is what they tried to do with the Monster Manual as well. Because if you remember, during Beckby and OD&D years, a lot of stuff was scattered ideas. Scattered. So when they started trying to do AD&D 1E, AD&D was the first example of trying to do this in a more professional way. It goes from an experimenting of what D&D is and putting out products to, let's try to start really making this a thing, like getting something solid down, bringing stuff together, and defining what it is in some control form, right? So they could take more control over things instead of having such scattered stuff. So I wasn't surprised that when they started doing the scatter again, what does Gary do? Because they're getting all over the place with the magazine and everything. He starts doing what he did with the Monster Manual, which is bring stuff together, define it, maybe add something to it. But the questionable stuff was this: when you develop a certain, like if you put out your core books and people become used to a certain style of gameplay, they have a hard time adjusting. I know this from being a second ed DM. So if you look at the second ed black box, you'll understand I relate with what you're saying here. 99% of second ed DMs never used the what you call core rule changes, like the power books and stuff like that. We never used them. I'm not saying there wasn't the odd guy that would, but I mean very odd guy. 99% didn't. And because just like you guys, we became used to a way of the game, right? We became used to the core just like you guys became used to your core AD&D 1E. So the idea that you're going to take stuff that's going to drastically change the experience, it's hard because you've adjusted, you become accustomed, right? So that's where it becomes questionable. Like, I don't know about this, right? The second ed with the same feeling. It was like, I don't fucking think so. But we took neat ideas, and I think people would agree with me on Unearthed Arcana. When you say cool stuff, you're talking about cool stuff that really doesn't break the game as you know it overall, right? They're cool to add things. Second edition is the same. Us in the second edition world, the Splat books had the same reaction to kits. Like kits were a thing that didn't change our core game. So they're cool and fun stuff. Get it? So it's in a way I sort of get where you go with the Unearthed Arcana, because I look at that as a Splat book for AD&D 1E. Just the way we had our Splat books for second edition. Right? So I'm just saying that's where I think I relate with what you're going through. So I totally get it. Exceptional ability scores, expanded spell selections, and additional magic equipment also produced characters that were often more mechanically powerful than those created using the original player's handbook. This gradual movement towards stronger, more specialized heroes became one of the book's defining characteristics and one of its most debated features. The bridge between editions. Although written for AD&D First Edition, Unearthed Arcana also serves as a bridge to the game's future. Some ideas introduced the book, such as expanded spell options and increased character customization, continue to influence later editions of Dungeons & Dragons. Other features were significantly removed during the development of AD&D Second Edition. Options such as Cavalier, Barbarian, and Common Lines ability scores did not transition directly into the new edition, while weapon specialization returned in a redesigned form. As a result, Unearthed Arcana occupies a unique place in D&D history, standing at the transition between Gary's first edition vision and direction the game would soon take. Why Unearthed Arcana became important. Unlike many AD&D supplements that focused on adventures or settings, Unearthed Arcana expanded the core rules themselves. It quickly became one of the best-selling and most influential hardcovers of the first edition era. Many groups embraced its additional character options and optional mechanics, while others adopted only selected material or excluded it entirely because they felt certain additions made characters noticeably more powerful than those found in the original player's handbook. Its influence can still be seen today as discussion continue over which parts should be considered essential additions and which are best treated as optional rules. Okay, that's good for a second. That's the fluff. Now, just to be fair with Miles on the conversation thing, here's the difference between the two games. If you skip social interaction for a dice roll and you skip searching around the room for a perception check, what do you have left when it comes to getting into the flow and actually interacting with your mind? This is the main part. This is the reason I heckled on you last time, but I want to point this out to Miles. What's the difference between TSR and WotC? TSR is a mind game. WotC claims to be a mind game, but is a dice rolling game that skips thinking. Well, if you don't get into remember the flow, I have a video on this. I know you know this, Miles. Flow means you're in your mind, thinking, involved, imagination, everything into the game. The less you do that, the more you're out of the flow. What did I tell you out of the flow games are like? 2 or 3 hours, you're fucking dead tired, you're done, short sessions. What's it like to be in the flow? That's 8 hours of fun where it doesn't feel tedious at all. And that's why we did 8 hours. Not because it was your tedious 3 hour sessions. It was because it was 8 hours of pure fun. Pure fun. Didn't feel tedious, wasn't like yours. The reason you guys get out of flow so much is there's no reason to be in it. Most of the time, players from WotC games are in flow is in combat because you can spend a lot of time in the fight needing to think. That's the one place you'll get in flow at times. That's the only place. Every other place is dice roll. Want to persuade the guard? Dice roll, right? What am I saying? Talk. What am I saying? Do this. You say, what about the charisma? Already got that covered. What about all these difficulties? Already got that covered. We consider charisma either good or bad. We consider words first before anything. Most DMs are not just dismissing your charisma. That was never a problem. People bring that up as if it was because it's convenient for the point they think they're trying to make. When 99% of DMs will consider your charisma if they weren't sure if your words were good enough. Even if your words were slightly good enough, they check. If it was really bad charisma, they might say no. Really good, you're probably going through. So charisma was always considered by almost every DM you'd encounter, right? So the idea that was even an issue, completely just not even worth bringing up. It's not a debate point, doesn't go in your favor at all, right? Not really a problem. And even if you found one out of fucking 10,000 DMs that didn't consider it, sorry, he doesn't speak for the other 9,999 DMs. So he doesn't count as a representation. So that's where I would say in that little charisma spot, that's important to consider. It's like we talked about perception checks that night for TSR to WotC. WotC perception check means you don't got to look around the room. You don't got to think. You really don't got to hear too many descriptions. You're not using your mind. You're using a dice to decide either you fucking win or you fucking lose. That's it. Then you're on your way to the fight. And TSR, guess what? You got to look under the pillow. Look in the pillow. Look around the room. If you get close, you might get a dice roll. You might even just find what you're looking for without the help of a dice roll at all. And what does that do? By thinking, you've got to be in your imagination. By going through the process and deciding what you do, you got to think. Hence mind game. The more you're in that, you get into a flow with you and the other player characters. In that flow, you keep playing and having a great time. If I exit that out, that takes you out of flow outside of combat. And it takes the game from being a mind game into a simpleton game. Why does WotC do that type of gaming? It is to bring, I hate to say it, the majority of people in this world are stupid animals. If you want to get more customers in, you got to simplify the game down to fucking so less intelligent people can play. There you go, Fox. It doesn't mean a roll can't come at one point where you close. It doesn't mean all dice rolling is completely out of it, but you got to describe, you got to talk, you got to consider, you got to look around, and you got to. It is a test your mind. What if Fox? I'm running for Fox and Bill. They know if they're looking in a room, they might move the pillow. Oh, you feel something heavy. Oh shit! Cut into the pillow. Oh, it's in there. No dice roll. They look at the drawers. The house. I picked the drawer up. Is it? Oh, there's a heavy feeling under the drawer. Oh shit! Okay, there's something under here. Let's cut. What if it's in the back of the dresser? What if it's simply hidden? Right? What if there is an odd? There's these little bricks in the wall, but you notice ones. You look around, but you're really paying attention. Like I really take a good look at the wall. Okay, you definitely do notice one odd brick is sticking out. Because you make the point to tell me where you're looking, what you're looking. So I think you got to give you a dice roll. Intelligence check, boom, you stick out. Right? So it's not everything is a dice roll. It is challenging your mind first. And that part is to make you think, imagine, be in your mind. And then you're interacting with the other player characters too. They might hear, well, I'm going to try this. Well, man, if you don't find it down here, like, because then that guy realizes what you're doing. He isn't thinking about it. Then he might say, if you don't find it, oh, maybe check under this. But he never even thought to check under this until he heard you say, like, okay, guys, I'm going to check under here. It is this type of thinking and being in the mind that makes it a mind game. And you get into a flow through social interaction interacting with it, needing to actually talk in character, needing to actually negotiate, needing to actually search in a room. If I give you dice rolls to bypass this stuff, boom. And I hate to say it's not to be insulting there, Miles, but why does WotC do this? Well, just say there's a lot more people that could play these games, but in all honesty, they have a hard time thinking. How do you get those people in? Roll a perception check. All right, now you don't got to think. That's it. That's why. More customers. And I don't hate WotC for doing it. I totally get it. But it wasn't because these parts of the game were unimportant. It's just that these parts of the game still filter out a number of people that might play them. Try me think about it, Miles, if you're still here. Miles, Fox and Bill might not know this, but Miles has a couple players he plays with that refuses to play the game with normal resource tracking. Like, say you have 12 arrows and you shot 3 arrows, but you like broke 2. They think it's too much effort to scratch 12, like on a notepad, like on a note thing where you have like arrows 12. They think it's too hard. It's too much for the game to scratch 12 and put 10 down. And even though you're not always fighting, and that only happens very rarely, they still think that's too much work for them. That's too much of an effort to have to think through that. These are the type of people WotC was trying to attract to the game. I don't hate WotC for doing it, but it just means small things that a thinker might appreciate, certain people won't. And some of the stuff attracts Miles, but I just hope he understands that the perception check is no different than the not wanting to do a basic resourcing. Scratch 12 and put down 10. Right? It's really easy. Really, rash or resource management is actually easy as breathing air. It's not even constant. You only do it every so often. Very easy to scratch. You have 2 weeks worth of food. It could be like 14. Okay, you just used a ration last night. 14, right 13. And you're doing all kinds of things during the day before you ever get to the point where the DM is telling you, scratch a day off. Resource management is like breathing air. It's that easy. But a lot of WotC people will deem what I just explained to you guys as being too hard to work for them. So when you get down to the level of those people, you understand why they need a perception check, why they need a persuasion check. Right? That's why. I said, what do you guys want to say? I mean, they probably pass out in front of me. That's what I'm not trying to hate on people, but you swear people that are that simple about things in life. If you said like, "Hey, what do you guys got to say to the guard?" They collapse at the question. I can't roll the dice. No. Oh, geez, I didn't mean to stress the guy out. It's just that it's what they deem as hard is not that hard. Yeah, but it's not trauma class, dude. You're being challenged. See, Miles, it's your friend's reasoning too, but I think it's his false reasoning to avoid hard work. So actually, I do think they think it's that hard. I'll actually call you out on here on this one. No, I do think they think it's that hard. And so, oh no, I'm in between before I get into the details. I got a lot more to go, but I wanted to make that stuff clear. It's like, so it doesn't slow the game down at all in a bad way, and it doesn't make it unfun unless you count a game as being drama class and not a game. If you guys are playing drama class, well, then fun is your only way. But if you think being challenged is meant to be fun, like, dude, it's not always fun when you're being challenged. I get it. But the dice roll is still challenging you in the way. So it doesn't slow the game down to have to interact with it and get into a flow. Well, Miles, I just explained to you how it's better to get into the flow than it is. So it's actually the opposite. It's more fun to actually interact. It gets you into a flow and gets you 8 and 10 hour and 12-hour sessions, like breathing air, and you have fun. It's the way you and your friends play. They get you 2 or 3 hours of a session that feels tedious and makes you tired by the end. So I would tell your friends what they're doing is actually working against them. By not participating in the challenge that way, it's less fun. It's really less fun, and it gets you out of a flow. It gets you out of thinking. It gets you out of enjoying the activity of what you're doing. So it's actually less fun. What they're doing is less fun. I guarantee even for them, it's less fun. Right? It takes you out of a flow. So they should want to get into a flow and not just in combat. And then their 3 hours wouldn't be tiresome. And then you guys might be able to play 8 and 10-hour sessions like we do, which would be effectively be better. And again, participating in the stuff, it only feels tedious when you're not doing it. Like you're not, you keep avoiding it. So by the time you would go try it, it's going to feel a little tedious. It's the addition. It's not normal. It's if you're talking like jumping to there, it's just what makes WotC not TSR D&D. That's why like what Miles describes is not what D&D was for TSR. That's why most TSR people will say that WotC is not real Dungeons and Dragons. Like they'll say, like, look, you're playing such a different game. It's really a different game. Yeah, that's. I'm not disagreeing, Bill, but this is why most TSR people will say all WotC editions are not Dungeons and Dragons, and they righteously say it because of this stuff. They like to say what you're doing is so alternative to what we did that it's not the same game. You're not playing an evolved or improved D&D edition. You're playing a different game. Like it's like you're saying different, and that's the right word to use. Not improved, not better, different. Like so different, it's not even Dungeons and Dragons. It's the way a lot of old school guys will talk about it. Though, here's what I don't like, Bill. Go check out Mike Merle's on Expo. Mike Merle's is now pushing that they should be doing what old school did. Go check it out. The interaction stuff I just explained to Miles, Mike Merle's describes that you should do what I said. He says the same thing about searching rooms. I'm like, but I said, Mike Merle's, here's my response to Mike Merle's. Mike Merle's, you made a game where people don't do that. And you developed a community of people that don't want to. What's the point in 2026 after 3 editions of you developing people that don't want to do it and developing a game that doesn't support it? Why are you now pushing what TSR did? Because he's saying exactly what I'm saying. Go check out Mike Merle's. He's saying you should socially interact with the situation before rolling dice. He's saying you should check out a room and look around the room before rolling dice. You want to know why Mike Merle's is saying that? Because the second he left the company, because he's not at the company trying to scam for customers, he says you should be doing that. Each edition is different, but I'd say this, Bill. There's similarities from OD&D, because remember how you could backtrack from 2nd edition back to OD&D? There's a similarity in gameplay from OD&D. I've done them all. I've done a year and a half with OD&D. I've done over 2 years with BECME. I did a year and a half again with AD&D 1E, and I've done decades with 2nd edition. I've done them all. I played under great DMs of all editions. I DM'd every single edition. So I can truly speak from some deep experience. There is similarities that are just similar things that like there's differences, of course, but there's similarities from OD&D, the mind game, to Beckme, to Mole, and even with the different taste, still similarities. Mole won't be different nor will Minster. AD&D 1E, same thing, even though it simplifies some shit. You get the second edition, still holds on to that. These norms amongst every TSR edition is completely gone with third edition. And they start getting rid of complete norms that are established for decades, drilled in, and can be found in every TSR edition. Certain ways of playing the game, like thinking your way through things, completely gone. And that's why TSR guys say that's not a different edition. They'll say WotC is not the same game. And we got to be honest about that. We can't lie and pretend there's not similarities between OD&D. I've done them all. Spent a long time at it. Under massively good DMs, ran them myself. I can tell you there's similarities OD&D to Beckme to AD&D 1E to second edition. And these similarities that are similar through all those TSR editions developed, established as true to D&D, a lot of them are fucking exited out of the game by the time you get to the third edition. Completely established gimmicks that are established in every edition, gone. So these are things that, yes, it makes sense. Well, 1 second there, my friend. Yeah. But it's like these are established things, and there are things established the TSR D&D that are true. Like they're established things. They established by the designers on purpose, even by the gameplay on purpose, and they're established as considered to be D&D. They'll actually, and I don't disagree. These are things that are purely established, and D&D being a mind game is established. And these are elements that are not just from a different edition. This is why TSR guys, and I sympathize, why TSR guys say third edition is just not D&D. And see, this is where I agree. And actually, Bill, this for all the wargamer guys out there, you just said, Bill, you always say the right shit. I always love you. You get it. For all of them saying AD&D 1E is a tactical war game, it's like, no, it's not. But guess what third was? A tactical war game. Fourth edition, instead of going away from it, went further into it. They thought, like, well, fourth edition is not like third edition. I'm like, no, fourth edition is, and if you consider, if you're trying to, I guess, improve from the intention of third edition, you go more to miniatures, more to wargaming, more to mandatory miniature play. 5e is the same thing. Forget how Mike Mercer used it, or Matt Mercer used it. Sorry. Matt Mercer. Forget how he used it. It's a dungeon crawl war game, tactical miniature game. I'm like, for all the AD&D 1E guys out there that call AD&D 1E wargaming, which it's not. I'm like, I even said to one guy, why are you playing third edition? He's like, well, what do you mean? Well, I'm like, you like war, you prefer D&D to be like a war game, right? Like a tactical war game. He's like, yeah. I'm like, that's what third edition is. Bill, you're a fucking genius. So I don't know if I personally, I don't look. I have an opinion that there's anything wrong with you playing what they call D&D third edition. No. Am I going to run around and call it? It's not D&D. I don't think I care to have that argument unless I thought it was really important. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that's not what most people are. How can I say it? It's not what, say, old school gaming is. So I'm personally not looking for it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just to say, it's like I'm trying to explain something to you. It's like, here's old school, here's new school. So when I clarify something, is there anything wrong with rolling dice? No. But are you out of a flow? Yes. Are you playing 3-hour sessions that are killer? Yes. Are these criticisms true to that from that? Yes. Trying to degrade the old school way by saying, wouldn't it be better to roll dice? The second you try to degrade that way, I'll fucking slam on your fucking verbally on your fucking neck, boy. I have no problem with that. I'll fucking crush you, and I'll tell you, I play a mind game, you don't, and I'll be right. Right? And if you compare what you're doing to me, I'll get that straight for you. Like I'll clean that up very quick. No problem. No problem at all. I don't mind doing that for you. All right. So if you come at me like you're going to disagree, question, or debate, it's like, dude, you better be able to handle it. It's like the storytelling thing. I fucking absolutely wrecked you on that the other night, and you, after getting wrecked, you finally said, "Well, I'm just painting miniatures. I don't want to." Dude, if the only debate you're going to take part in is the one you think you can win, but every other time I fucking put you in your place, you're like, "Oh, but I don't want to talk," then just stay the fuck out of debates. Either handle it and say, "Fair enough, you're right," or just shut the fuck up. Don't go into a public debate where you're like, "Oh, if I don't win, I'll just blow it off like it doesn't matter." No, dude, be a fucking man. If you want to fucking debate, then when you fucking lost, say, "All right, fair enough, man. You made a good point there." You give props out. Don't turn into a little whining bitch and only decide you'll argue when you think you're going to win, and then boom, boom. I don't like that. I'll be harsh with you. I will not be a nice guy. I'm open to debates. Anybody can debate me on here. Remember, I'm a guy sitting by myself, and I could have fucking 10 people trying to argue with me. Right? So I open the doors. But when you fucking debate, man, when someone makes a point against you, you accept it. Not just when you think you made a point. Haha, look, I made a point. Can we talk about the point I made? Well, dude, what about the point where you lost? Oh, I mean, that doesn't really count. I want to dismiss it. I was painting. You can't have it through. You can't have it both ways, kid. Right? Oh, I totally open. It's just like it's like saying what he's saying is when he's doing this, wouldn't it be better for rolling a dice? He's saying better. He's trying to say, wouldn't this be the better option compared to what you're talking about? Right? And be dead. I don't care if you realize he's communicating that or not. It doesn't really matter to me. If you're honest, once you come into public communication, we're not on Discord. And if people are going to perceive things a certain way, I'm going to call that out. If you want to have your private Discord conversation with me where you're careless in the way you speak, fair enough. You come out to public, man, I'm not a nice guy out here. And I have to put myself out here with anybody that can take shots at me. They make videos, streams, everything else. Like, dude, it's war zone here in public, right? And it's like my reputation's on the line. The way people fucking pick at me, the way haters take shots at me. So, yeah, every time I get into a public debate, you better be ready for it, right? And if you want to talk to me privately and be all over the place and careless, that's cool. Come to Discord, we'll do that, right? But that's not what you're communicating, dude. Sorry, just have to call you out on that. So when you say, wouldn't it be better to just do this? Like, no. It's if you learn how to share your view without attempting the debate part, then. If you say, man, I totally get what you're saying, that's definitely a mind game. I don't mind that the game I'm playing is not really a mind game in the same way. It's a bit more forward and mechanical, but I get that you like that or something like that. Cool. If you throw it out there like, well, wouldn't you be doing this? Would you rather do this? Or wouldn't it be better if you sort of even intent that or throw that in there as a hint? Well, then, okay, well, let's talk about which is better. Or if you say something like earlier, like you said, my friends are saying it's unfun. Well, okay, well, let's talk about what fun is and what isn't fun. Outside of the flow is not fun. Inside the flow is fun. See, as soon as you put that out there, that's a challenge to my position. And it's up to you, dude, to learn how to fucking communicate. If you want to say just your fucking opinion, learn how to fucking talk right. If you want to be careless like this, I can be more sympathetic on Discord and private conversations. You come at me in public, you better talk right. It doesn't matter how you see it, dude. It's how it's perceived. So you got to learn how to talk. If you don't intend these things, you got to learn how to talk. But I notice when you do talk sometimes, if there is a backdown of something, you will take it as you're right. So I do question you on this shit, dude. Right? You gotta understand, I've been open public debating for like 15 fucking years on here. Like you got to keep up here, kid. I like you, but at the same time, like if you want to have certain conversations, do that. If you want to say your opinion, just say your opinion, but say your opinion in a way that's not sitting there trying to degrade something else or be a counter to something else. Because counter is debate. That's debate. And if you speak in the format of debating, that's debating. And what your private intentions are doesn't really matter in public. It's what your words say to the people watching. Right? So if they see debate, that's debate. You might see privately in your head that it's not. That's not how it's seen by the people watching this. Right? And you remember, I've told you this, Miles. Public conversation is important to me in this hobby. So delivering things, boom. And so just, allowing people to think you want to debate when, say, you had no intent, I'm not going to let that happen. So either you communicate more correctly where you make it clear that what you're saying is not to counter or degrade what I'm saying. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough. Cool. We're cool. Learn to do that. And if you want to have more discussions like this where you're just not sure or you want to be this careless, you can always go on Discord. I'll add you to Discord. I'll give you an invite. You come on Discord. We can have these type of conversations. There, I don't mind. There, I'll be like, "Oh, dude, what do you mean by this?" I won't care. But if you're going to go public, you got to watch how you talk. If you talk like someone debating me, I will reply to you like somebody debating me. Intentions mean nothing. Your frontal words do. So just be on board with that, dude. I like you, but you got to be on board with that. So if you counter what I say, doesn't matter what your intentions are. Matters what your words communicate, not what you intend behind them. That's really important in public. Okay. How to use Unearthed Arcana. An optional expansion, not a replacement. The most important thing to remember is that Unearthed Arcana is written as an expansion to the AD&D first edition, not as a new edition of the game. A lot of people actually were thinking, is this a game itself? Like you buy it and play the game? It's like, no. This is just an addition. It's like a splat book to AD&D 1. Dungeon Masters were never expected to use every rule in this book. Instead, they could choose the class, the spells, equipment, races, and optional mechanics that best suited their campaign. Many groups adopted only selected material, while others ignored the book entirely. One of the defining principles of AD&D First Edition is that Dungeon Master determines what is available in the campaign. Not every class, race, spell, weapon, or optional rule needs to be allowed simply because it appears in Unearthed Arcana. The book presents possibilities, but it is up to the DM to decide which of those possibilities become part of their world. This goes back to DM as king. Right? Not raw, not rules as written, DM as king. So what you want to do, especially when you get Unearthed Arcana, is make sure if you are going to allow it into the game, that players know your limitations, what you allow, what you don't allow. Very important. You really, if you're doing a home group, you don't want to bother introducing things that are just going to be no good to your group, so don't bother wasting your time with that. Now, what about game balance? Okay, in old school D&D, they talk about game balance as not being important. That's bullshit. A lot of people will generalize game balance too much. We don't worry about balance in the combat area when it comes to facing off the monster, meaning it's a setting where we don't care about balance. It means if there's a powerful dragon up on that mountain, the powerful dragon is going to be up on that mountain regardless if you're level 2 or level 8. We don't make the mountain easier because you're level 2 and then harder if you're level 8. Right? So game balance, that's only in that area. So is there some game balance that is considered in the game? Like one reason Unearthed Arcana remains controversial is that some options are considerably stronger than similar choices found in the original player's handbook. So do we actually consider some balance in the game important? Yes, we do. Right? Some people get too simple in their arguments about this. They say balance doesn't matter. I'm like, that's not true. Balance does matter to a certain point. And that's always been true, but it's just not in every area. So I already talked about this. Cavalier and Barbarian, along with weapon specialization, can be noticeably increase characters' effectiveness. Dungeon Master should consider this, how these additions will affect their game, right? And if they're okay with, say, a boost in the type of characters they're going to allow to be played, it will change a bit of the game, right? What you're putting in there, like how strong these guys are. Basically understand that not every rule became standard. Although Unearthed Arcana became one of AD&D's best-known supplements, not every rule was introduced, was widely adopted. This happened in 2nd edition too, as I said earlier. Understand its reputation. A few AD&D supplements have generated as much discussion as Unearthed Arcana. I'm in the middle of doing this, dude. I'll answer your thing after this. I have no problem with the answer, but I'll answer it after this. So understand its reputation. A few AD&D supplements have generated as much discussion as Unearthed Arcana. Many players embraced its expanded options and came to view it as an essential part of 1st edition. Others believed certain classes and mechanics upset the balance of the original game, and choosing to allow only selected material or leaving the book out of their campaigns altogether was the best choice. That divided reputation has endured for decades and remains part of Unearthed Arcana's legacy. The most successful campaigns generally treated Unearthed Arcana as a toolbox rather than a mandatory rule update. By selecting options that best fit their style of play, Dungeon Masters could expand AD&D without changing the identity of the game itself. Its flexibility is one of the reasons it remained one of the most influential and most debated supplements ever published for AD&D 1st edition. Now, here's where I get after AD&D 1E, guys. And I'll answer your question in a second there, Miles. Here's where I get after AD&D 1E, guys. When you judge AD&D 1E, and you include Unearthed Arcana, every AD&D 1E guy I know will come out and say, that's not right, that's not fair. You should never judge AD&D 1E based on Unearthed Arcana. I'll be like, let me guess, guys. Most of you only use the selected few things that are there, and a lot of you didn't use it at all, right? So the vast majority of you would say that Unearthed Arcana really didn't change the core game for you, right? The vast majority of you. And the vast majority of you are going to claim that you represent AD&D 1E rather than a loud minority, right? And they would all say yes. I'll say, okay, fair enough. Then why do 100% of you judge 2nd edition unfairly based on the splat books? 99% of guys never used the game. I mean, 99. So less guys with 2nd edition, like basically more guys in AD&D 1E used Unearthed Arcana. Then say 2nd edition guys used the mechanic stuff for the splat books for 2nd edition. So even less of our guys used our splat book mechanic changes. So why are you all out here making videos and criticisms and degrading 2nd edition and attacking it as too many options and really shitting on it based on the splat books when I can look at every one of you that has just done this and say, okay, I'm going to judge AD&D 1E on the Unearthed Arcana fully, like with it as a part of the core game. All the guys will be like, no, that's not fair. I'm like, oh, so it's only unfair when it's judging your game. But when it comes to the game, say, I prefer 2nd edition, even though 99% of our guys never use that extra shit that you're going to act as if it's part of the game, which 99% of our guys never use. So I don't know how you can even present it as being used in the game or representing second edition, but you're going to somehow judge second edition, degrade it, attack it based on these books. But if I do the same with Unearthed Arcana, which more of you used on your end, you're going to freak out and say that's unfair. This is where people, they want double standards. They want, it's one way for them and not the other way. So it's like, oh, I say to AD&D, one of you guys, if you don't want me to attack you based on Unearthed Arcana, which I could criticize the game based on it, you got to give that fairness to second edition. And the first thing you should be recognizing when you open to cover second edition is say, I'm going to cover the core, but if I cover the splat books, I'm doing it under the condition that I know out of 10,000 second ed DMs, maybe one or two guys use this stuff outside of non-core game changes. Never had to use hex scrolls with that stuff, but let me just answer. I'll read his question now. I never had a chance to read it because I was going through stuff. I know you're talking about sandbox games, but I'm curious if there's a heavily railroaded game would make sense to worry more about game balance. But you got to, I say entire means the core. So it's like splat books are later things. Like I personally will not attack first edition based on Unearthed Arcana. I'll cover Unearthed Arcana, but I won't attack it. I'll actually accept people tell me AD&D 1E is core. Because to me, that is the whole game. Extras are extras. It's like if you liked 5e, but you don't like some of splat books, it changed the entire gameplay to it. It's like guys that are going to tell me right now, don't judge 5e based on the 2024 books because they think the 14 books are better and more established. Well, then I would be able to separate. I wouldn't judge all 5e based on that. That's where I'd be fair to it, because if 99% of guys say, dude, if you criticize second edition based on the splat books, and pretty much none of us have actually ran it that way or even know what that experience is like, basically what you're describing is a game that really doesn't even exist. It's like, here's what second edition guys did. No, we didn't. You're talking about a game that pretty much out of 10,000 guys, maybe one guy tried. But let me get back to the, in certain ways, you're completely right. But I know you're talking about sandbox games, but I'm curious if heavily railroaded games would make sense to worry more about game balance. I just, for the bit of game balance, like say balancing out thieves and how they level up compared to fighters, we don't worry about balance as far as I think what he's saying is, here's what I think you're saying. If I railroad you to the mountain and you have no choice, right? Just say I railroad you to the mountain. Should I put the level 2 characters with a dragon up there? Well, here's the difference between new school and old school and why we would not balance that. Because if the monsters can be in our world that you're not meant to fight. So part of the challenge of the game, regardless of railroad or sandbox, is we wouldn't put you there to fight the dragon in the first place. If you're level 2, say I railroad, say we did a railroad, and you go to the mountain, and there's the dragon there, Miles. I'm not trying to put you into a combat. It's not a video game. Your job is to avoid the dragon. It's actually meant to be part of the game. Actually, that's what's weird. Running into fights that you're not supposed to fight is actually part of the game. That's why levels, old school levels 1 to 3, you're not meant to really be in any combat. But you'll still see combat. You'll still see goblins. You'll still see stuff that you could fight. But you can boom. But nobody does that, Miles. You're pulling something out of your ass. Nobody does. That's you trying to pull something out of your ass to try to make a point that doesn't stand because nobody does it. Nobody's. Okay. Here's a dragon that can pretty much potentially kill all level 10 characters. You're level 2. I'll send you at it. In the railroad. Miles. Nobody's doing that, kid. That's not even an option. No one's even considered doing it no matter what game you're running. That's trying to say then balance matters if we do this. No one's doing it. That's why balance wouldn't matter. So the dragon can be there at the mountain, right? But your job, because actually part of the game is actually running into encounters you're not meant to fight and learning to avoid them. That's actually part of the challenge. Not just the fight that's a challenge. It's moving away from it. Your game master sends you against things that you have no chance of winning against, period. And you are saying that's wrong. Oh, Bill's right still, your decision. But are you saying you have a game master that sends you to fight like you're level 2, and he'll send you towards a dragon that is meant for level 10 characters? Is that what you're saying? Because is that what your game is? I was saying it as if I assume your game master doesn't do that to you, but somehow you're telling me that's your game. So you're telling me your game master does that to you? No, so your game master sends you to fights that you're not meant to fight, like to force you into them? Now, isn't that just forcing a total party kill? I mean, like, what are you talking? Your experiences, he sends you to fights you're not meant to fight? I'm like, if he does that, what are you doing playing the game? Why haven't you already quit? That's just drastically stupid. You don't need balance. But that's someone forcing a situation where it's like, well, you should have balance. Well, yeah, I guess if your DM is sending into fights that you're not meant to fight, but he's forcing you into the fight. If I send you towards a mountain and there's a dragon there that you can't really, like, you're not going to win a fight in. Bill got it right there. This is what me and Bill are trying to tell you. There's no balance in the idea that you're meant to avoid it. Well, you don't worry about it. It's not balance. If you're never forced into combat, period. But we don't worry about balance. We worry, like, if we're going to push you, say, a railroad, just say the idea is a railroad into a fight that you might have to fight. Just say we potentially do that in the game. We don't worry about perfect balance. We worry about, do you have a chance to win? Is it perfectly balanced? Not too worried, but do you have a chance to win? Sure. Sure. I mean, but that's common sense. It just, you got to understand. What are you telling me? Your DM never puts a monster in the game that you should avoid? But that's new school. That almost makes sense because you're playing a fucking board game video game. See, the reason we put in the dragon that you should avoid is because it's more than the game does. Like, think about it, you're playing a character, you're in the character in a world. We want you to escape into your imagination into something. That means we're not, when we make up our goblins, I did that goblin versus second ed goblin versus 5e goblin. Our goblins are created to represent what goblins would be in the world, not what would make them perfect for fighting on a board game. In a board game. So we don't worry about some perfect game. Is it perfect balance that you're going to get? No, we don't worry about that. Will we consider for forcing into combat that you have an opportunity? Common sense will be considered. Right? But it's just an opportunity. Bill, you got it. That's definitely a want to see. game master mentality thing. Like, yeah, dude. So, of course, if we're going to force you into a fight, I mean, we'll consider you have an opportunity, but is it perfectly balanced now? It's like, put it this way. I play Baldur's Gate 3. I said this the other night. Baldur's Gate 3, which is based on WotC D&D. Baldur's Gate 3 is a good video game. Why? Because WotC is made to be a video game. You go play the video game version and you'll see right away. It's probably even better than what you're doing at the table. Escape to the OSR freedom. That's it, dude. Like, I don't know. It's up to you, Miles. But I mean, you stick yourself in that situation and you have to take the risk to step away from that and then look for other people to play. And it might be a risk that you might not be playing right away. But like I said to you, Miles, like if you're happy doing it, which we've already talked about, so I don't give a shit if you're happy doing it, fine. You can say, but I'm happy doing it anyway. Fair enough, dude. If that was me personally, I would not be happy with that. So if that was me, I would choose to watch grass grow before I do that. So like I have a principle. If I can't be happy gaming, I'll watch grass grow before I'll game. Because the experience does matter to me enough that I have to enjoy it. It doesn't have to be perfect. Nobody has to just kiss my ass. It's a group game. It's not all about me. I can meet in the middle. Right? So I have where I can bend. But if it gets to the point of bending is not going to be what I want, gone. Freedom it is, Fox. And it really is like true sandboxing and old school and Beck me, which because Bill's talking about real freedom, not even module stuff. He's talking about Mysteria, sandbox adventuring. Players do what the fuck they want. The DM just sort of improvises and goes along creating an adventure based on their actions. That's what we're looking for. That's personally what I'm looking for. That's why Bill is here. I can tell Fox sort of gets that too. We're about freedom. It's, dude, I just get together with my friends and play cards. I wouldn't bother. And no, you want to know what? That's just not good enough for me. Here, man, you want to play a shitty game so we can hang out? How about we just play? I asked to play video games or do something I enjoy. It does have restrictions, but no, Miles, that's if you're okay with having some unfun to have some slight fun, fair enough. Like if you have excuses to put up with shit gameplay and stuff you're unhappy with, it's fair enough. Have your excuses. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I have a higher standard than you. Sorry, I'd be like, well, my friends, we can hang out too, but I'm just not going to do something with you that I'm not totally into. Like, let's all do something together we enjoy. Like, I'd be asking to play the video game, watch the thing, go do something else. Let's go outside and hang out somewhere else. Let's do something else. Because if none of you can meet in the middle with me, I'd be like, well, okay. Now, if you tell me, I mean, at that point, you could bang a ball off the wall and have just as much fun as you're having, Miles, with them right now. Just saying, dude. If every time you hear, and that's, Miles, you do that a lot, dude. If every time you hear a fair criticism of something, you have an excuse to dismiss it, that's part of what you do, dude. I get it. But that's where I say, if you come to the public or ever try to have certain conversations with people want to know if they make a point to you that you get it. And if you actually agree with something, agree with it. And if you're always dismissing everything until you're right, yeah, you can see restrictions in 2A18 character creation. It just seems, yeah. Sometimes it's good with you. That's sometimes. All right. Dude, you'll never get your way with people if you don't put a little pressure on them. But hey, I tell people out there, if you can handle playing shit games and having some shitty experiences and it's not always what you want it to be, and that's what you'll put up with it. You get what you put up with. Okay. More choices than ever before. The original player's handbook established the core races and classes of AD&D First Edition. By comparison, Unearthed Arcana represented the largest expansion of player character options published for AD&D First Edition up to that point. Rather than replacing earlier choices, the book built upon them by introducing new classes, playable races, spells, equipment, and optional mechanics. That greatly expanded the possibility available during character creation. New character classes. Yeah. Just such a shame that you have to miss out, and you have all kinds of excuses to miss out on a fucking great experience. Like, I'd be pressuring. I just want to do something different, so I'd be pressuring. New character classes. Unearthed Arcana introduced two completely new base classes: Barbarian, a wilderness warrior designed to be distinct from the fighter. Barbarians relied on survival skills, physical prowess, and a deep distrust of magic, giving them a very different style of play from other warrior classes. Cavalier, a noble warrior built around honor, discipline, and martial excellence. While famous for mounted combat, the class also emphasized social obligations, personal conduct, and a strict code of behavior that influenced how the character was expected to act or be played. The book also expanded the thief by introducing Thief Acrobat. Rather than a separate base class, this was a progression available to experienced thieves who choose to specialize in agility, climbing, tumbling, and athletic movement instead of continuing as a standard thief. Together, these additions gave player characters concepts that differ significantly from those found in the original player's handbook. Expanded races. Unearthed Arcana significantly increased the number of playable races. Players could now create characters from races that have previously appeared primarily as monsters or non-player characters. These included Drow, Duger, or Deep Gnomes, right? The book also expanded racial options for many existing races by increasing level limits and allowing additional class combinations that had not previously been available. These new races continued AD&D's philosophy of balancing powerful abilities with strict ability score requirements, class restrictions, and other limitations. Together, these additions made the AD&D world feel broader while allowing players to explore culture that had previously existed mainly on the edge of the game. Weapon specialization. One of the book's most influential additions was weapon specialization. For the first time, fighters could devote themselves to mastering a specific weapon. Doing so granted improved combat abilities through bonuses to attack rolls, increased damage, and with certain weapons, additional attacks. Weapon specialization quickly became one of the book's most popular features and would later influence how warrior classes developed in future editions of D&D, including 2nd edition. Expanded spell list. Spellcasters also received a significant number of new magical options. The book introduced additional spells for magic users, illusionists, clerics, and druids. Rather than changing the magic system itself, these additions expanded what spellcasters could accomplish. New spells included offensive magic, but also broadened utility, protection, travel, environmental effects, and problem solving, giving spellcasters more options both inside and outside of combat. More equipment, weapons, and magic items. The characters gained access to a wider range of equipment, weapons, and magical treasures. The book introduced additional weapons while also expanding and clarifying information on existing weapon types, particularly polearms, which had long been a distinctive feature of AD&D. New magical items further increased the variety of treasures available to dungeon masters and gave players additional opportunities to customize their characters through equipment. Expanded ability score tables. Unearthed Arcana extended several of the ability score tables found in the original player's handbook. Characters with exceptionally high strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma often received additional benefits beyond those previously available. This made the extraordinary ability score even more valuable and reinforced the book's emphasis on exceptional heroes. Expanded character backgrounds. One often overlooked addition was the introduction of social class. Using optional tables, characters could begin play with different social standings that reflected their place within society before becoming adventurers. Although entirely optional, these rules encourage players and dungeon masters to think about a character's background, upbringing, and position in the campaign world before play began. More character restrictions. While Unearthed Arcana greatly expanded player options, it also introduced additional requirements and responsibilities. Many of the new races and classes demanded higher minimum ability scores, specific alignment requirements, additional class restrictions, behavioral expectations. The Cavalier is perhaps the best example, as its code of honor and social obligations were intended to shape how the character behaved throughout the campaign. Rather than simply giving players more power, the book often balanced the power with greater expectations, a shift toward specialization. Perhaps the biggest change introduced in Unearthed Arcana was its encouragement of specialization. Instead of characters within the same class sharing broadly similar abilities, players could increasingly distinguish themselves through specialized weapons, unique class features, expanded spell selections, uncommon racial choices, and more individualized character backgrounds. This represented one of the most significant evolutions in AD&D first edition character design. So, as far as the changes, the advancement, the character creation, and the options, it was pretty cool stuff. If you're the player that wants more options, like playing Drow, playing Deep Gnomes, right? Just scrolling down here a bit. You can find a group playing old Essentials or OSR. Yeah, those are pretty good, Fox. I agree with you there. Cavaliers are very cool, very fucking awesome. Basic mold is cheap and drive-through RPG, easy to start with challenge players. Yep, I know what you're talking about there, Bill. I've actually seen. I went through some of the products. What's everyone's least favorite part of Unearthed Arcana? I've never played a character with polearm. Miles knows I like polearms. I just recently advised him to try a character with a halberd. And here's what I don't mind, Bill. I'll try unique things just because it'd be like, well, it's difficult to get around with the polearm. Well, you got to carry it and do all that, right? Yeah. I would go through it. I would just have my character have to carry it, take it in places. Like, I'd actually find that fun. But that is me. But I would say to Miles, I'm a player that enjoys something more than a war game. That's why those details and playing it out, no dice roll, playing everything out, walking through, doing the detail. That to me that's role play. The social interaction with the guard is role play fun. Like I call that getting into flow. That's why me and you would see the game different. You want a dice roll and not even participate in that. Man, I want to have fun talking to the guard to see if I can talk my way through. That's exciting. That's a mind game. That's me participating in what's going on. That's where me and you would be playing a different game. You're playing the dice rolling board game. I'm playing the game where I'm playing the game. Like I'm talking to character. Gary loves his polearms. Gary really did. Gary really did. And that's why polearms were going to come up in our Unearthed Arcana no matter what. He loved polearms. Fox knows Gary. Fox at least knows something about Gary's background because every time I've done my streams on the OD&D and Back Me, my stream on AD&D 1E, and even my miniature stuff, every time I do research about Gary and all that stuff, this fucking polearm issue comes up every time. You love polearms? Yeah, dude, I've read that already. Like, I'm not even mad. It's just like I've seen it so many times now that when I went through Unearthed Arcana, I said even before I said I already read the book. I know from years ago. I know it's already there. I know when I start doing my research to put this together, I might as well I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to have to. Oh yeah, I get you, Bill. Mm-hmm. I get you. I totally get you. Pain in the ass to have to carry a halberd around. And would you always be using it in the dungeon? Probably not most of the time. But it depends on the way you play the game. I don't do a lot. Like personally, I don't do a lot of dungeon crawls. So Not bad. Not bad for me. But when you do dungeon crawls, I guess it depends how you wait till you get in a certain room. But it can be effective for things you can do in the dungeon too. It's like you forgot a stick. Well, it doesn't mean you're going to use the polearm. You might be using the sword if you're a warrior, but you have your polearm on your back or something, or tied right up. You're walking around. It's a handy fucking thing in the dungeon if you find situations where it be handy, and there can be many. But I get you. Spare is not so bad because you can, right? Slashing with a halberd in the dungeon. Yeah, a lot of people, ironically, when I was young, as much as people drilled on dungeon play, I think that's actually a minority, even the old school. I think most people actually like. There's a reason wilderness survival was actually a big book, and most by the time I got into second edition, most 2E DMs didn't do a lot of dungeon crawling, and you'll notice a lot of settings in that actually start going away from it a bit, right? Now, not I do like the dungeons. I'm just saying there's a mix of gameplay. Sorry about background sound. Uh, it. Oh yeah, Fox. Why wouldn't he use it in the dungeon? He's talking about what if it's tight, like swinging around the halberd in a tight area. Say ceiling is low, bang. Uh, it's what if the walls aren't wide on you? Bang. What if you're pushed towards a wall? Bang. And old school DMs, as Bill would know, would hold that against you. Like they fuck you with it. Like say you go into a small room with the big 2-hand sword into the wall. Oh shit. Oh, you're dead. What happened? You went to swing, it hits the wall, you're sort of stuck in the wall, and you're gonna be stabbed to death. I hear you, Bill. I don't mind dungeons, but mega dungeons where fuckers you'd be in there forever for a lifetime. Really silly stuff. Too much. Too much. And most of what you can experience outside of the dungeon is what they're gonna put in there anyway, like factions and but that's what it is if you play one of these things. Spares, not bad for dungeon. They're an exception for pole arms because you can do the jabbing forward. But I get what he's saying, like a glaive or a halberd, or I mean, even to the point of how tight the area is, it's a two-handed sword. Old school DMs would fucking pin that on you, dude. Like you did not want to pull out a fucking extended weapon in a small area, and especially if the DM is telling you this stuff. Like, okay, it's a tight little room you're walking into. I pull out my two-handed sword. Okay, you gotta swing that one. Oh, you gotta swing it. What did I do? It's stuck in the wall, dude. And it I like how people will paint things. One guy told me errors that happen like this when you're playing stupid. They call it the comedy of errors. Oh, you mean when a DM basically penalizes you for doing something stupid? It's stop labeling shit as something bad. That's right. They should be penalizing you. Yeah, but it's mega dungeons like Miles. You don't understand. When we say mega dungeons, it's not like your weak new school mega dungeons. Mega dungeon for old school means you could be playing it for 70 sessions. Like it's fucking huge. Like it's not just boom, and it's not even 3 floors. It's like fucking. You want to go down to the 9th layer of hell? Okay, you're in a mega dungeon. What, dude? Like they be huge. When they say mega dungeons, they mean mega, and it's intended. There's no way you'd be in one session. I mean, you could be in it, but I mean, there'd be no point somebody making a mega dungeon for a one session thing. And the fact that 5e people do say 3 hour sessions, forget it, dude. We're talking 70 sessions at 8 to 10 hours per session. So that's like old school right there. So when Bill says he doesn't like mega dungeons, he's talking about something in that vein. It might not be exactly 50 in all cases, but you get my point is you're not doing it in one, you're doing it in a lot. Like it's going to take you a lot, and it's huge and it's tedious. And the sessions just to get through it at say 30 to 50 are like 8 to 10 hour sessions each. You're a 5e player doing a one shot. You play for, maybe you might extend it for 4 or 5 hours doing a one shot. Maybe you do play for an extra hour or two because it's a one shot. Yeah, Mega Dungeons for us is like 8 to 10 hours. There you go. Bill's got it. 15 to 27 levels. That's a real Mega Dungeon. That's what when he says Mega Dungeon, that's what he's talking. Any old school guy, Fox will get this too. When you talk old Mega Dungeons to old school people, this is what they mean. Like it's great. And now, why would we do it like this? Because old school guys, we play on casually long games, long like 8 to 10 hours, 20 to 50 sessions, if not like up to 100. Like that is not a mind-blowing thing for old school group. And we do our 8 to 10 hours because again, it's in that flow of play where we're excited and time is moving really fast. It's not tedious, and it's addictive gameplay. The gameplay is so good, that's why you show up for the 50 sessions, right? The reason Miles New School Gaming is a killer is you're barely in flow. Because you're barely in flow and you're constantly out of flow, you're rolling dice instead of doing the stuff that puts you in flow. You see the stuff that puts you in flow because you barely participated with it. You think it's negative and not fun. It's actually really fun. But when you stay away from something, anything can seem tedious if you don't pour yourself into it. Since you don't do stuff to put you in flow and you keep out of flow most of your gaming, 3 hours for you guys will feel tedious because you're out of flow. You're not in the flow. It's not that exciting. You get boring. You're yawning by hour 3. And imagine trying to play 50 of those sessions. Like out of flow, bored, yawning by hour 3. By the time you're done 6 to 10 sessions, you're done. Like you're not getting a lot out of that, right? Now, when you play addictive games where it's like 8 to 10 hours and you're fucking in, that's a Mega Dungeon. Like we call large dungeons, but when we use the term Mega Dungeon, we are not fucking joking. But yeah, Fox is having a good laugh. Like he's like, yeah, mega. But that really is a Mega Dungeon. That really is. That's casual. 15 is the normal, but I mean, if you get the right type of DMs, and yeah, I've noticed the DMs that will have like 20 fucking levels down, and then each level is fucking huge. Like it could take you 2 sessions just to find your way to the next level. And that's where Bill's, you're not even close to, like, you're 100% right, Bill. This is why factions and cities underground and stuff are built, because if you're going to do all this mega fucking thing, you're going to turn it into an entire world. And that's where they say, you're dealing with factions, negotiating, resource, and you're not just getting in note easy. You gotta find places. You gotta be careful. You gotta cut out things from wandering monsters. You gotta pay attention. And wandering monsters are happening, but there are ways to cut them off so they can't get into your area. Just because something's happening doesn't mean we're playing a video game. So a good DM will actually let you seal off a place so the wandering monster can't get in. Like just because the game says there's a wandering monster might keep coming across your area, but if he just can't get in where you're at, he can't get in. It's not going to turn into a video game. That's it, Bill. Once you're just in playing and the motion of play is just play going forward, and you're not reading a thing, you're not joking out a character, your DM's not constantly looking in the book, and you're not rolling past everything, you're participating. Everything is talk. Everything is interaction. You're being forced to interact with the scene. Like you have to talk to the guard if you want to go somewhere. You can't just roll a dice. You have to look in the room. You can't just roll a perception check. The idea that you have to do that, what you don't realize is Once you need to participate with it, you just will. And once you're doing it because you have no other choice to do it but do it, you'll find it's not that. This is where you get into a flow. You start doing it. At one point, you just go, oh, maybe look around this thing. And the second you're talking, your character saying this to another player's character, and you're thinking this way, you won't even know. You won't even think boredom or negative or anything anymore. You're in flow. The second you're thinking about, you hear the player's character saying, oh, well, I'm going to look over here. And you think about, oh, why not look over here? And you start saying that in your character. In that moment, you're in flow. Is it bad being in the room? You don't even think that no more. Now you are just doing. Now you are just character talking to a character. Oh, you look over here, I'll look over here. The second you think that way, your mind has stopped criticizing. Your mind is just playing. You don't think bad anymore. You just start doing. When you need to talk to the guard, you just talk to the guard, and the next player's, he might speak up. Well, hey, guard, like with his character, what are we trying to assist you getting over? If he thinks he could say something that will benefit that. The second a player is thinking that way, the whole, hey, I couldn't roll with that, all that's gone. Now they're just participating. Now they're just hearing what the NPC says and reacting. That's flow. And you'll realize the second you're in that, none of it's bad. None of it's bad. You are in. You're just in. And now you're, again, looking around the room, talking, but you haven't been able to roll the dice to get by it anyway. But now you're just imagining, listening, interacting. The second you're in that flow, you're in the game. You're in flow, and you'll just keep going forward. You found the stuff, you leave the room. Okay, guys. And then you'll start interacting better with the other characters. You start looking around more. You start asking the DM questions. And the second you're in that mode and you're no longer even thinking about, oh, it's the moment you stop thinking about, oh, I'm walking down the hallway, this is boring. The moment your mind is away from that and your mind is in the character, in the game, you're going, I'm looking for this. What's up with the ceiling? Like the second your mind is there playing, you're in flow. I mean, it is meant to be a vague experience. It's not direct. It's, you don't know when you exactly hit the moment. That's why I say it's almost like falling asleep. Like you lay there trying to fall asleep, you can't, but then suddenly you wake up in the morning. Right? It's sort of like that. If I said, hey, Bill, like say Bill got into flow. When did you get into flow? Even to this day, none of us will know, even me. I won't know when it happened. I just know at one point my mind went into, okay, hey, yeah, I'll look over here. The second I'm just thinking without complaining, where it's not a problem, I'm in flow. Can I tell you exactly when that happened? Nope, just happens. But once I'm in it, I'm going to go through that playing for 8 hours. And that's what we call escapism. Right? It's a beautiful moment, my friend. That's flow. That is a beautiful fucking moment. Okay. All right. We talked about classes and races. Unearthed Arcana, new combat rules and mechanics. Combat became more detailed. While Unearthed Arcana is often remembered for its new character options, it also expanded AD&D's combat system with several optional mechanics. Rather than replacing the existing rules, these additions gave Dungeon Masters more ways to represent weapon mastery, unarmed combat, specialized fighting styles, and tactical character development. Most of these mechanics were entirely optional, allowing each group to decide how much additional complexity they want to introduce into their campaign. We already went over weapon specialization, weaponless combat. Now, because I've already focused a lot on weapon specialization, so we'll go straight into the weaponless combat. Remember, this is an overview. I don't go into the whole book, every detail. Unearthed Arcana expanded the rules for fighting without weapons. Rather than relying primarily on Dungeon Master rulings, the book introduced more structured mechanics covering actions such as punching, kicking, grappling, and overbearing. These rules gave players and Dungeon Masters clearer guidance for tavern brawls, captures, wrestling matches, and other situations where conventional weapons were not the focus. Non-lethal combat. The book also expanded rules for resolving conflicts without killing opponents. Characters could attempt to subdue enemies rather than defeat them through lethal force. These optional mechanics supported adventures involving prisoners, duels, arrest, ransom, or situations where taking an opponent alive was more valuable than killing them. Expanded weapon options. Unearthed Arcana increased the variety of weapons available to players while also expanding and clarifying information on many existing weapons, including AD&D's extensive selection of pole arms, which I have noted here. I even say you got to say this, because anybody watching that knows AD&D one, you would be like, if I don't say this about Unearthed Arcana, I'm bullshit. Although these additions do not fundamentally change how combat worked, they gave players more equipment choices and helped dungeon masters distinguish between many different weapon types available within the game. Expanded combat modifiers. Beyond introducing new equipment, Unearthed Arcana also expanded the number of combat-related modifiers tied to the character's abilities, specialized training, and optional rules. Rather than replacing AD&D's combat system, these additions increased the number of tactical factors the Dungeon Master could consider when resolving encounters. Groups looking for greater mechanical detail found additional tools without needing to learn an entirely new combat system, new combat styles. Several of the new character options also introduced different approaches to combat. The barbarian emphasized physical ability, survival skills, and resistance to many forms of magic, creating a warrior who approached combat differently from traditional fighters. The cavalier focused on discipline training, mounted warfare, and a strict code of conduct that influenced both battlefield and tactics and role-playing decisions. Expanded spell list gave spellcasters new tactical options, while weapon specialization rewarded dedicated expertise. Together, these additions encourage characters or players with their characters to fight in increasingly distinctive ways. More tactical character design. Perhaps the greatest mechanical change introduced by Unearthed Arcana was its emphasis on specialization, as we already talked about. Instead of characters being defined primarily by their class, players increasingly distinguish themselves through weapon mastery, class abilities, racial traits, expanded spell selections, and specialized combat roles. The core combat system remained the same. Despite its many additions, Unearthed Arcana did not replace AD&D's core combat engine. Initiative, attack rolls, armor class, saving throws, and the basic structure of combat continued to function exactly as it had in the original rulebooks. Many of the combat mechanics introduced in Unearthed Arcana became popular house rules, even amongst groups that ignored most of the rest of the books, weapon specialization especially. This lasting popularity demonstrates that while Unearthed Arcana was an optional supplement, several of its combat innovations became enduring parts of the game. Okay, let's talk about some very detailed stuff. That's giving you a little bit of fluff around certain mechanics. Okay, so this is a worth mentioning area. Cantrips. One of the book's most memorable additions was a collection of cantrips. Rather than being combat spells, these were minor magical effects intended for everyday use, tricks, and role-playing. The book included well over 100 cantrips organized by Magical School, giving magic users a much broader range of small magical abilities than previously available. Common lines. Unearthed Arcana introduced common lines as optional as an optional 7th characteristic alongside traditional 6 ability scores. Unlike Charisma, which measured leadership and personal presence, comeliness, or common lines, whatever you want to use, comeliness represented physical appearance and attractiveness. It became one of the book's most controversial editions and was ignored by many groups and disappeared in later editions. That's just how much people just didn't bother with it. Expanded demi-human options. The book relaxed several restrictions placed on demi-human characters. Certain races received higher level limits, as we already talked about. For players who enjoyed elves, dwarves, gnomes, and other demi-humans, these changes open up character concepts that previously had been unavailable, like the multi-class options and stuff. Expanded character tables. Character creation also became more detailed through expanded random tables covering height, weight, age. While these additions did not change the gameplay directly, they reflect the AD&D's continuing emphasis on creating characters with more individual detail. This role play starts mattering a lot more. The Druid improvements. Druids received several revisions and additions, including expanded spell options and changes that further developed the class beyond its original presentation in the player's handbook. Although not widely discussed as the Barbarian and Cavalier, these additions were welcomed by many players who enjoyed the class. Ranger improvements. Rangers also benefited from revisions, including expanded spell access and additional class features that further distinguish them from standard fighters. These changes help reinforce the Ranger's identity as a skilled wilderness warrior rather than simply a fighter with tracking abilities. Illusionists continue to grow. Illusionists receive significant expansion to their spell list. Although often overshadowed by magic users, the class gained many additional magic options that reinforce its unique style of spellcasting and deception. Ability requirements, again, I talked about already, became even tougher. Many of the new classes and character options demanded exceptionally high ability scores. Qualifying for classes such as Cavalier or Barbarian could be difficult using standard AD&D character generation methods, making them relatively uncommon in many campaigns. Some rules didn't survive. Not every idea introduced in Unearthed Arcana carried forward into AD&D 2nd edition. Mechanics such as common lines or comeliness disappeared entirely, while several classes and optional rules were heavily revised or replaced. As a result, the book remains an interesting snapshot of Gary Gygax's final vision for the continued evolution of AD&D 1st edition. Alongside Oriental Adventures, released within months of one another, Unearthed Arcana and Oriental Adventures showcases TSR's late 1st edition design philosophy. Both books expanded player options, introduced new mechanics, and explored more specialized character concepts, offering a glimpse of the direction AD&D design was taken before the arrival of 2nd edition. If you didn't know that, Oriental Adventures isn't just a setting, it is, but it's more than that. It is an actual expansion of the game. It's as much of a splat book in many ways as Unearthed Arcana. And a lot of people don't realize that. They think it's just adventures and a bit of a setting. I'm like, no, it's actually like a splat book. It should be partly treated as a splat book because it does give you a bunch of options that Gary and them did want to see, in the game in many ways. So this is some of the last stuff before you hit 2nd edition. I'm realistic at best when you do a gold healing factions. Not all GMs have the flow like a Jedi power. Not all GMs do, but they can. It's not as hard as it's made out to be. When I hear people tell me they have a problem with it, I'm like, I've heard that, and then they'll play my game and they realize, oh. And when I teach guys how to do it, more by actually doing it in front of them, they realize it's not as hard as you think it is. It sounds harder than it is. It's actually, I found I simplify it more. Remember I told you that recently, Bill, about the basic description being good? What you start realizing is it's less about it being difficult to do. It's more about having the wisdom to just know what to do to make it happen. But in my opinion, once you know, you can do it. It's actually quite easy. Actually, you make it more difficult on yourself, the more, it's like the harder you try, the more you're going to fail. It's actually a very simple thing. You give description. You are going to get players to interact. They know they don't get a dice roll their way out of it, so they have to interact with it. But there. Remember, I do overviews, guys. I don't know. I hope I went through every mechanic that was worth going over in detail. This is really what the book offers you, not more than what I'm saying. I went over every class and race option and expansions. There's nothing I missed out on. So all that stuff. I'm not going to tell you what each weapon does for damage. So there is Unearthed Arcana. It's covered. I'm not like done the stream, but I'm done the coverage of Unearthed Arcana. I like pole arms. I like the additional stuff like the splat books. Like I like new spells, weapons. I always thought that stuff was definitely cool because you're not changing the game to bring those in. Is there a bit of an adjusting of the game? It depends on how you feel. If you listen to what I'm saying, you'll know it without me needing to answer that. Like I'm explaining it to you in genius ways, dude. And it's like it's not like there's not like 50 ways to do flow. Of course, less roles participate with what you're doing. So perception check lets you search the room without you actually searching the room with your mind, thinking, interacting. Okay. When you're not doing that, you're not going to be in your mind thinking and playing the game. It's a continuous, like rolling dice means your mind is not interacting with the stuff, right? Your mind needs to interact with stuff until you stop. Like the tedious will just go. At one point, you're just playing the game, dude. And if playing the game feels tedious, it's because you haven't done it in a while. Like you keep avoiding this stuff. So you got to just play until you're over the hump. Now, once you get more used to this, you'll faster get into the hump. Like it's like you might start off a session like in the first 10 minutes, like, okay, I'm here. And I'm just going to force you to play. I'm not going to let you do anything else. Like you'll be trying to think about other things, but you got to play. I'll be pushing the game forward. You're just going to play. As long as I keep putting the game to you where you don't have dice rolls to avoid thinking, answering NPCs, talking, interacting, at one point you get into a flow. Now, after that, it's all momentum to stay in there. Continuous forward, continuous talking to people, continuous interacting with the game. Now, some things that could take you out of flow. Dice rolls that prevent you from talking to people. Like, so if even say you're in a town, for example, here's a way to get, we use a town. Flow is focus. So flow is put the cell phone down. Flow requires cell phone down, no talking out of character to other players. And the dungeon master needs to not be looking in the book. He needs to have the game going. Right? That's a start. That's step one. Say you're in the town, you're walking around the town and you're stopping to talk to people like at a merchant or a thing, but we're constantly your focus. You're not looking at the phone, you're not talking, you're in the game actively hearing me describe things to you. And there's no reason to look away, look at the phone. You're just in. Flow is simple. Flow is not really hard. It's not a mind-blowing thing. It's a continuation of just play. Right? First off, you don't want to break away from that continued motion of play. Flow is just continued motion of play. That's all it is. It's a continued motion of play. And so you're not stopping. You're constantly walking around, talking to the merchant, moving on, talking to the next person, moving over here, going over to the building, doing the thing, talking to the other characters about what might be in the building. This is just a really basic example. Yeah, it is just constant playing the game and Playing the game in a role-playing game is not role-playing. It's role-playing. It's it. It is really that. Some Bill gets it. He's putting some real details to it, which is spot on. But it really is just constant play. You are constantly in character, constantly moving through the game. It doesn't mean you say where your character's going, you speak in character, but it's a constant just in play. At one point, that becomes fun and not tedious. But if you avoid doing that, if you think that's going to be bored, you won't know. And maybe in the first 5 minutes of a session, it will feel a little bit out there. Right? But it just at one point that just goes. At one point the tedious just goes. You're just listening. Oh, you're walking over here, you're doing this. The second, you're just listening and playing and reacting. That's it. And that just got to be a constant flow. It's not magic. It's not, you're not going to be a super fucking genius to do this. It is simply the constant motion of playing. And once you're in it, the tedious feeling goes away and you play. And you can play like that for 8 hours. Like breathing air. Like you just, because it won't feel tedious. Like the motion of play will just feel like you're in the motion of play. And if you're having a good time, even when you take a break, it's just that you'll quicker get back into it coming out of the break as long as you pick back up the game and go back into the motion of play. You just can't be fucking around. Fucking around takes you out of the motion of play. Look at your cell phone, your mind goes, out of play. Talking to other players, joking around at the gas station, your mind goes out of play. Why do you think it tells most of the game masters, almost every game is saying, if it's going to really take you a bit to look up something in the book, don't bother. Almost all old school games will tell you rulings over rules, including D&D. Why do they say that? They don't want you breaking the motion of play. Just motion, just always going, always in the game. You're constantly, the game is actively going forward. There's no pausing, there's no looking out. It's a minor way of breaking. The story that emerges, but in that way, yes. Mr. Fox. GM gives description, the players decide decisions to write the story. And that's it. Now they're just playing a game and the story emerges, as we would say. That's 100% it. Again, like I said the other day, sometimes that story could be very fucking boring, but as long as the players enjoy their decisions and what they're doing, like you could be working on your businesses together. You have opened up an item shop together. You're going around finding the things. Now, fucking, if I tell a story about that, people are going to fall asleep. But you guys, fucking, you love your business. You love the guys you hire. You love the things you're doing. You're having a great time. So there's no point to think about the story, but the story emerges from what you're doing. Right? It's not so unimportant that you can't say it's okay later. But in the moment when you're playing the game, you're collaborating on achieving a goal. You're not collaborating on the story. You're collaborating on doing something together. You're going over to the thing together. You're going to find your thing together. You're trying to locate your thing together. Collaboration is all about adventuring together and trying to achieve what you want to achieve in the game. It is a game, and you are trying to achieve. You're collaborating on a game. As we know, my recent drilling on story, but that's just to say, I never say a story doesn't emerge, but it's secondary. You don't have to think about it. You're just going to play. And we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to play. Go play the game. Right? That's why I tell people not to think about it. It's like, I just never want to hear a player say, well, I should avoid this to be better for the story. Fuck off. Do you want to do it? Yeah, I want to do it. Do it. Fuck the story. Would you enjoy doing that? Yeah. That's where I would get mad at a player. Don't Don't ever concern yourself with the story that comes from what we're doing. The story comes from it, but don't concern yourself with it. Don't. And never play poorly, knowing you should play better, and then say to me, but it did make for an interesting story. Don't care. You got to play better. You don't play better, you're out of my fucking game. I'll kick you off the table. Like I would be shitty with people. Like I don't mind a story coming of it, but it's just don't bullshit me with it. That's all I ask players. We can all agree that a story comes from what we do. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. But just don't nothing for a better story. Just play the fucking game, dude. Play the fucking game. Right? You want to do the thing, just focus on doing the thing. Instinctively do what you want to do. Don't bring up the word story to me. Oh, this would make I don't give a fuck. Would you enjoy doing this? Yeah. Should you be playing better? Yeah. Do that stuff. Let's go. Right? Like that's where I say I'm not against story, but it's meaningless to me because it's something not worth thinking about in the middle of a gaming session when we're worried about what we're doing and how we're participating and how the experience is for us in that moment. It's like what comes to that moment later, okay, whatever. Right? But it's in that moment, that's all that matters. This hobby exists for the session. All the talk around it means absolutely nothing. It is the session. It's the core piece to the whole hobby. That's why I think it's the most vital thing to what we do. And it's like, if that's not good, everything else is meaningless. The games are meaningless. Talk around the games are meaningless. Discussions are meaningless. Miniatures are meaningless. The fucking board's meaningless. Everything is meaningless if we can't get that right. If that's not good, this is all no good. What about the story? Story doesn't matter if this sucks. Right? So that's why I value the session and in the moment, in the experience more than anything. And when I tell people I don't care about story, it's not that like I hate the story that comes from it. I'm just saying I don't care about it because I care about the session. Right? And I care about the experience you're having. And at no point do I want that experience, the standard dropped or something altered for the sake of the story that comes later when it only matters what we're doing in that moment. Right? So the story in that way doesn't matter. Conversations around this, if that fails us, if the session fails us, the conversations mean nothing. If the sessions fail us, the games mean nothing. This is all meaningless. Our entire hobby, everything we do, is built off that being right. And so if that fails us, it's like imagine building an entire hobby around video games, right? But you have nowhere to play the games. Like the PlayStation doesn't work. You got PlayStation games, you got all PlayStation people. Nobody can put a PlayStation game in the thing and play. Or when you play it, it's fucking wonky. Nobody can play them right. It would be meaningless. Well, just it to me, it's not even a story. A story's not important in that way. Well, that's why I don't like using the word because, Bill, 90% of the people that use the word use that word for things you wouldn't agree with, and they take your type of language and in a way, and they twist it, and they use it. They use your statements and the way you'll view it as ways to support something you personally would not support. That's why I say I don't totally disagree, but I hate the fact that people do it, but they just do because they're not fair. And it works successfully. They do twist these type of statements to support stuff that alter, that make the session secondary. No, I get it. Out of 10, would you rate the Unearthed Arcana? Out of 10. For splat books? Or I'm trying to like when you say out of 10, I'm trying to think of how I would view it. Given what I know, I'll have to say middle ground, and I think the AD&D crowd. Yeah, I hear you, Phil. I think the AD&D crowd would agree with me on this, um, because of how much of an effect that it had on further editions, and I think a lot of ideas were good, uh, but it wasn't granted. There was a lot of things that people criticized it for too. I'll say 6, not not halfway on 5, slightly over that because I think it deserves a point for the ideas like weapon specialization. Um, a lot of ideas that were carried into the game. I do like the idea that it's trying to expand things and giving people ideas, um, new weapons, new. So I won't just be halfway, and that would be a fair rating. I'll say it's slightly better than half. Like I'll give it an extra point for those things. And I'm trying to look at it from an AD&D point 1E point of view. I'm sort of trying to speak sort of for where I would think, not just my personal opinion, because I'm not as invested, but I think most AD&D 1E nerds would agree with that rating. Because a lot of 1E guys have some criticism of that book. So certain things, it's up and down. Well, personally for me, second is the Monster Manual, not because I think it's better than second edition. It's because I think it inspired an organization that led to second edition that I like. So I wouldn't say it's better than 2E. I hear you, Bill. The spells and cantrips were good. That definitely deserves that point. But as far as the best book, the Dungeon Master Guide, AD&D 1E Dungeon Master Guide is the best AD&D 1E book ever, ever, ever produced. Yes. Because the philosophy, even though I think because of the tournament style, it poisons DMs there. So it in a lot of ways, a lot of the lessons Gary teaches in that, which is great philosophy and great wisdom, doesn't carry over to people because they take this tournament style mindset. But he's talking, ironically, to the home DM. Most of his philosophy is for the home DM, not the rules is written module guy, but the home DM. Most of his philosophy is for that. So for a second edition person like myself, his philosophy hits home in a deeper way. So as a second edition guy, the book that does most for me personally on value is the first edition AD&D Dungeon Master Guide. Secondary, I will take the Monster Manual all day because it is an attempt, a focus, and organization I personally like. And I know there's many things that carry over to second edition, but the trying to organize things in and how they did it was good. Like just the attempt. I do like 2E Monster Manual better than 1E. But if I were to pick a second book, Monster Manual will be it. I don't mind splat books. I don't mind I don't mind the Oriental stuff. I don't mind Unearthed, Player's Handbook. I mean, I just prefer second edition personally better. But on personal value is Dungeon Master Guide for philosophy, and then that. I'll say this. I have to. I'm not a big fan, so this is very challenging. But Miles, I'll be as fair as I can with you. I think sometimes people don't understand what the optional things are for the books, and if they did, you might be able to understand why. If it wasn't for players misunderstanding things are meant to be all rules is written when they're not. The Dungeon Master Guide does a pretty good job at drilling at the fact that a lot of it's optional. that wisdom is not well educated. It doesn't seem to take well with DMs. But if there's any value to 5e that could improve the experience for 5e, if there's anything, it is the hints of DM authority, the hints of it at the very least. And the fact that it does drill on you that most of stuff that I personally don't like, a lot of stuff I don't like, is optional. So if there's any book that could do a little rescuing on 5e, like slightly improve it from where I ran it, like I ran it like most people instead of doing what the Dungeon Master Guide says, you could alter 5e a lot more than people, I think, even the DMs themselves don't seem to realize. And I got that from reading because I read like a machine. But that's an old school guy who's actually done the grind work on reading. So DMG, Dungeon Master Guide, I would say is the best 5e book or the core books of the 2014 one. I've only had the Player's Handbook for 2024. I'd still say the Dungeon Master Guide for 2014 is an improvement over that. Do I like a lot of what they say in the DMG? No, not really, because it is tailored to a game I'm not really, too fond of. But is there elements in there that educate you on a little bit of DM authority that they should have and optional rules? And if that was better understood by the players and even some of the DMs, you could be more creative with 5e than most 90+% of DMs are. And if players understood that, if they were better educated, they would be more open to joining a game. But here's what I'll hear. When players buy a book, they want to play the game. All right, well then get a fucking PlayStation, dude. Because I want to partake in the hobby too, and I'm not a slave. So when I hear these type of arguments like, dude, you should just run it raw. Well, first off, if you want to get someone who has no passion, no creativity, no ideas, and wants just to run it as it is raw, yeah, all right. Are you going to pay people for that? You tell me paid GMing is not a thing. Well, yeah, okay. Well, that's until you turn DMing or game mastering into a slavery situation. So if I can't be creative, I can't put my own ideas down. I just got to sit there and run it as it is for the players, like a fucking slave to the game. At that point, I'm like, well, dude, this is not passion. This is not thrilling. This is work. And if you want work, you pay me. Then it becomes, you want to turn a GM into a slave? Well, then you better pay them if you want that to be justified. If not, you, a player, get the book, understanding there's a lot of cool ideas in here. Let's see what the GM has decided to do with it. And the GM is going to find a way that they can run that game in a way that suits them and makes them happy so they don't feel enslaved. Then they shouldn't charge you a fucking penny for running the game. That's the meat in the middle. You get the game. You might not get exactly what you want, but at least you get a guy running the game for free. Because that's work. Now, if you want me to run it exactly as it is, to be enslaved to a system, all right, dude, if I'm your slave with no passion, no creativity, give it to me, like, pay me that. I agree, Fox. 5e, I was my worst. And I'm not trying to hate on people, but just the way 90% of people ran. So Fox, for the first time ever in my life, I ran WotC last year for the first time I've never ran WotC 3rd edition or 4th edition or nothing. I finally ran just because I wanted to have an honest look at it. I ran 5e for 20 sessions, and I purposely ran it like they ran it, like they run it en masse, like 90% of the DMs. It is, I'll say to this day, the worst experience I've ever had in the tabletop role-playing game hobby in my entire life. I've never had a worse experience in my life in this hobby than running 5e. And running it like most people expect to be ran. So Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it was not good. I agree. The GM book was good, but it's rule lawyer kind of game could be overrun by its players. It took 30 to 49 minutes because we had to look up a single rule. Oh, are you? Yeah, but that rule lawyer kind of game comes from the bill, as you know. People say second edition was the game built off for third edition. No, it wasn't. Raw AD&D 1E tournament style with modules is third edition, fourth edition, and fifth edition. Like if you want to know how they built third edition, you look at AD&D 1E rules as written with modules. That's third edition, and now aiming back towards miniatures and keeping raw rules as written, aiming back towards miniatures, but that is what third edition is built off of, fourth edition and fifth edition. That's why, Bill, you get it. The raw rule lawyers back in the old school, you'll hear old school talk weirdly about rule lawyers. Well, rule lawyers weren't that bad, guys. But then you'll hear these people talk about certain rule lawyers that were assholes. I'm like, yeah, the rule lawyers there were cool rule lawyers that understood the authority of the DM, OD&D, back me guys, second edition guys. Then there was the rule lawyers for the raw AD&D 1E that were the assholes and seen the book as the authority over the DM. And this is where the asshole old school rule lawyers come from. Book is authority over the DM. DM is not king. The book is. So when Gary says in AD&D 1E Dungeon Master Guide, the Dungeon Master is king, he's not talking about the rules as written DM. He's talking about the at-home DM who does what he wants. The DM is king. And understand with raw rules as written, the book is king. In third edition, the book is king. In fourth edition, the book is king. In 5e, the book is king. So rule lawyers from AD&D 1E raw, third edition, fourth edition, and fifth edition are all these guys that will argue with you in the most terrible ways. Cobra overrun by players. Yep, that's what you're talking about. That's exactly what it was. 4 was really into trying to be MMO. Minions are the best example. They have barely. 5th is an MMO, dude. 3rd edition was leaning into MMO. 4th was an extreme version of it, but 5th is not too different from 4th. And you want to know how I know this, Miles? Baldur's Gate 3. Video game. A few OSR guys are raw power players. They can't play with being overpowered. They can't play without being overpowered. Yeah, we have some of our old school guys that were like that. I mean, it's not like I say all the watsy things when you see how they play the game. I'm like, guys, it's not that it didn't come. Like people like that's just different. Like some things come from bad gameplay from old school. Definitely. That's rulings over rules. That's just good. A good 5e DM. But Miles, I say separate. Take the 5e word out. It's just good game mastery to rule to keep in flow. If you got a flow going, you want to get into sort of constant gameplay. But yeah, it's figured out later. It's not to cheat you, right? It is, and any rule that he had to look up, he should then start putting on a note thing. If Philo was here, he would get it. Philo agrees with this. He's a role master guy. If you find yourself in the book often looking up certain rules, this is what you have a dungeon master screen for, or what you would have like a thing of notes. Start noting stuff into an area that's all right there to look at. So then you're just less in the book. If you notice you're frequently coming up the, I don't want to look that up. What is it that you need to look up? Look up afterwards. Maybe note that into a thing. And it's like a lot of old school guys will have the Dungeon Master guide or the board Like even some guys that like I roll the dice in front of players. I don't fudge. I don't roll behind a board, to be honest. I roll in front of players on purpose. That's just the pressure to stick to the dice rolls, right? And I don't mind that, and I don't care. But I'm not against having something up in front of me that has rules, right? And you definitely learn there's a lot of pressure from Rollmaster. Rollmaster can be a very good game, very shitty if you're constantly looking stuff up because it's a chart. It's like chart master, chart looking up all the time. But Rollmaster can be a very good game if you can get the notes up right and apply everything pretty quickly. So if you can smooth that problem out and start applying things pretty fast, Rollmaster improves. And you got to have players that are going to improve with the game and so Rollmaster is one of those games where mastery, both on the game master and the players, becomes a necessary thing. But when you finally do get up to the point of playing it smoother, you find out Rollmaster is actually, under those conditions, a fucking excellent game. But it's a rare game where it's unforgiving. Out of the box, it is just simply hard. Because you have so many charts. And it can kill the flow completely. Very slow game, flow destruction. The rule of cool, it's not that it comes as far as I think it's the first time I heard about the rule of cool. I would say, I mean, geez, if you go all the way back to, I mean, geez, Bill, there's a variation, so I got to be real with you. It's like the rule lawyer thing. There's more than one rule lawyer. The rule of cool, the first time I hear about it is with Beckme. I know that's really early, right? But I really did hear about it first in Beckme. But the rule of cool wasn't to overcome a challenge, right? It was the idea of letting certain things fly for the cool risk, even if you're willing to take the risk, right? It's like he's going to take a risk, right? I might let you just jump over the thing if you're going to jump down on these guys. Okay, but I mean, you could potentially miss, but I mean, it could be the rule of cool. Rule of cool is allowing some minor things. It's like allowing minor things to take place and not letting everything just shut down. It's like I won't make you roll to jump over the thing, but I'll make you roll for the attack. If you miss, you might be falling on your face and taking damage, right? But what if I just fail the check? Would I just fall down? You could, but what if I skip the check and let you roll the attack? Okay, so I'm going to take one roll out. That could be rule of cool. Right, so it's an opportunity to look excellent. So there's some sort of slight altered versions of it that are not meant to skip over the game challenge, but give you an opportunity to look exciting, look cool at times. Rule of cool really comes out in points. Like, so the point system, like to justify points in games where you could overcome character death. And there's games like the James Bond 007, like point games, right? So that's where I start hearing these concepts, little light versions of it. If not the point system, if not in D&D, you don't get a point system, but sometimes could I just jump over the thing initially and then roll it to see if I hit? Cool, dude. That's a rule of cool. That's a minor adjustment, but the challenge is still going to be in your face. The rule of cool that I don't like now is the rule of cool that just lets you do the thing with no challenge at all. Like, even if you miss, I guess, you're not falling in your face. It's about looking awesome no matter what, right? Some games actually apply a sort of version of rule of cool, like Star Wars. There's a bit of rule of cool applied to the game. I don't mind if the game designer intends it, right? But if it's not intended, I don't want to use it. But I understand it's intended without trying to not challenge. It's not, the game is still challenging you. It's in the storytelling version in the newer games. Rule of cool is to avoid a shitload of challenges. Or rule of cool is to avoid falling in your face, right? So errors won't make you fall on your face. Or they'll degrade that further to avoid, they'll say comedy errors if you roll to fall on your face. And then some guys will try to force comedy of errors, I guess. I don't know. Everyone's trying to manipulate the whole language thing. So you got to watch out. I just don't like rule of cool where the concept is I've seen it played straight up with 3E, sorry, 4E, and 5E, where it's just like obvious challenges a player should face with the character, and they're not going to. So, as far as the earliest I heard about, as far as research goes, is hearing about the concept coming up with like old 80s games and back me. There, Bill. That's I don't mind that. That concept is cool with me. Fox, Fox. I like Fox. In our fifth game, there was a really cool coin. Could be used once per game and allows more outlandish things to happen. I don't mind that. There's a limitation that's a unique way of doing it. But you got to understand, I'm just seeing so many people use it to avoid overall challenges in the game. Like, I don't mind if I'm not going to make you make 2 rolls for the jump over for the rule of cool moment if you're willing to take a chance. But you can still fall in your face. You're still going to take your attack roll. And if you miss that, cool. But I'm not going to initially cut your opportunity to jump over and have your chance of attack, right? Like I'm going to try to give you the opportunities to look exciting without letting things always get in your way. But you got rule of cool means you got to be willing to do the thing, right? So that's a chance taken. Like if you miss, dude, yeah, fuck, I'll do it. Okay, man, I'm not gonna say no. You can't jump over and try that. I can go ahead, and there'll be some exceptions. Like sometimes it's not even a roll beforehand. It's just like that'd be really hard to do. Ah, fuck it, go for it, dude. But it doesn't mean you can't pay a price, right? There's still that potential outcome. I just don't like rule of cool when you can't pay the price. Uh, well, it depends. Like that's it. See, that's not a chance taken thing. That's rule of cool and the challenge. No, Miles, that's the one that I'm against. You're in the middle of a fight. You backflip on a table. Dude. That's the easiest way to fall over. That's not a big enough risk. You're not earning it. You want to look cool? Good luck with the roll. Comedy of errors. Well, dude, errors happen. They create situations, and actually, I want the. What would you do if you jump over and you fall on your back? Right? What would you do if you jumped over and you miss it? And so I do want to. That's the part that I don't like. If that's the rule of cool, I don't allow. That's the one where it's like, dude, no. You can look slick, but that one I won't let you just look slick on. If you look slick and you're taking a risk, different. But that one is no, no, no. I don't mind people looking when you look cool, but that one would be no. Because there's too many advantages you could take. And a thinking player would just, Steven, if you let me do that, I'm going to start fucking around. Be like, yeah. Most, yeah. I haven't even had that crowd of bar applaud with a cool move. No, I have even had that. Yeah. It's not combat. I mean, most situations, why not? Depends. It depends. It all depends. It to me, it's timing, feeling, and purpose. I hate giving absolute stone answers to things. I think every player here should know what I mean, especially Bill and Fox. Everything is nuanced and complex in games. I hate simplifying answer standard. Like, yeah, it'd be cool with that. I don't know. I got to feel something and I got to understand why you're doing something. So if I say yes to something, and here's where a good game master will understand what I'm saying. Is there a lot of players out there that if you say yes to something, they can be very intelligent guys? Now, I've grown up with elite players. Understand just what I've gone through, why I get picky about this stuff. Where you think you're being cool and saying yes to something. If that'd be cool, I'll say yes to, I'll do that for sure. And then you start you know there's a player in your fucking group and you don't hate him, fucking very wise guy, and he's found a loophole. Like he's gonna start using that for something where I start like he does this and he's like, I could do this, right? Oh, for fuck's sakes, dude! I knew if I just say yes to all this, I knew you fucking couldn't find something right away, right away that I'm unhappy with. So it's one of those things where it's hard to say yes to just anything. I judge situations where I'm at, what I'm doing. So when people ask me basic questions, I hate to give such a vague answer, but it's so true. And I respect players for this. It's not a hate on. I'm not complaining about players that are very fucking smart and great players. I'm very happy to run the game for them as well. But when you say rule of cool or take advantage of something, there are guys out there that are just that are tricky. Like, what's the purpose of doing this? Right? I flip over and I want to put the thing in this drink. Look, dude, that would be Chen. It's if I already say flip over, we're already in action. Right? So if I know what he's going to do, would I just say yes to everything he wants to say that he wants to do? I don't know. So it's a judge it by the situation type of thing. How many people are on the table? What are you flipping? What's the situation? is it ode to combat? But what's going on? What are you wearing? So simple answers are for some things are not so simple. It really comes down to a what is the situation. That doesn't mean I become stupefied. If they're like it's just I treat it like a skill. I get what you're saying. So if you want to say you're using it like somebody might use a skill where there's no pressure, most of the time I'd probably say yes to that rule of cool. Right? Most of the time. Miles. But it really does depend on the situation. Is it just in combat that there would be pressure? Not always. Could be pressure from other situations too. I don't mind that. It's not built into the game, but hey, if a game master allows that, that doesn't bother me so much. It'd be like the point system for some of the other games. So I'm not opposed to that, Miles, in principle, because other games, even old school games, have these point things where you can use points to do exactly just that, right? Bill, for the basic on audio with being able to roll a dice and play a game, especially if you do pure theater of the mind like I do, yeah, perfect. There's not 50 other platforms where you get on and just easily chat with people. Like and talk audio. The audio talk is just the easy part. Like being able to connect and talk. And you be like if you join Discord, you can join my servers. You can direct message me really easy. Think about like a Merc chat room, right? But you can direct message me. We can have go into the group chat thing or group audio where say all the players can get into one audio channel. And it's not even it's really basic. And there's not 50 programs like it. So it's like people complain about it, but it's easy. No, no, Miles, never. I haven't tried other ones. Like I like even when you say owlbear, I don't even know what that is. I know Discord because it's just popular. I've been using it forever. No, I don't. I don't need the camera thing. I prefer audio though. I do that. Yeah, audio. Audio is important. Audio, but I don't need the cam thing. It's not necessary. I don't care about it. But there. I hope everyone enjoyed BBT. the virtual. Well, you're not saying VTT, so you're not saying virtual tabletop. Virtual voice table. Maybe that's what you're saying. I like it because I use a basic dice roller that is separate. It's not even in Discord, to be honest. It's just very basic. It's like very good. And then I go into the description, dude. It's what I do. I need to check something. Okay. Well, Bill, the door is open. If you get it, message me right away somewhere. You can comment on one of the videos or something. Just tell me. I'll give you an invite link, and you can jump on Discord with us. That's it. It's just not hard to. It's not hard to use. Look, dude, it's well known. I find it easy and simple. So, and if you're not making a server and you're only going to come on and join up to a server, that's the easiest breathing air, right? It's just not hard at all. You can join the server, then you can add me as a friend, and then you can DM me anytime. But on top of that, you can if we're going to play a game, we can do that. We can sort of character creation, we can do voice chat, all that type of stuff, which just makes it a little easier. All right, guys. That's it for me for tonight. I love you all. I thank you. Sorry, Miles, for being a little bit aggressive. Apologize. I'm gonna understand. I am this way, right? Just am this way, and there's a lot of verbal. How can I say? Fights going on in here. A lot of aggression. A lot of things that are important to me. So don't take anything too personal. I love you, right? Don't take anything too personal, my friend. Yes, thank you, Fox. You guys all have a good night. I love you.